bit earlier than usual for stream today, but you know, I am nothing if not inconsistent with my schedule. So hope everyone's doing all right. All right, so today this is my start of my weekly maintenance. Been a few weeks since I did this. No, the live stream, not the maintenance. I do maintenance every week. But yeah, things have been kind of hectic here lately, and just haven't really had time to do live streams while doing maintenance, because I go faster doing maintenance when I'm not live streaming. But yeah, today I have the time to just relax and do it a bit more slowly. Wow, are you okay? That's tape time right now? I know, right? Crazy. Again, I gotta keep y'all on your toes with my inconsistent schedule. But, yeah, no, just doing maintenance. Got up earlier today. Had to run some errands. So, now I'm back from that. And I figure I'll just start maintenance right now. So, yeah. Alright. And get these done. Alrighty. There's that. This was my desert harvestman enclosure. So the adults have all passed by now, which I'm hoping is like their normal lifespan. I mean, they're pretty seasonal in the wild, and I feel like people only ever find them for a short period of time, so the adults are probably pretty short-lived naturally. I never saw them lay eggs. I'm hoping they did, and that they're just buried in this substrate somewhere. I don't really want to dig around in there and possibly like break any eggs, so just kind of trying to keep it a little more humid. Not sure how dry tolerant the eggs would be, but I would hope that if they laid eggs, they would start hatching, I would assume within a few weeks. Like, usually harvestman eggs don't take that long to hatch, so I'm hoping. But so far, just no harvestman babies yet, but we shall see. Hopefully these guys did something. Alright, so there's all of that. Now on to expanses. These are, well, this was my autumnal equinox enclosure. But those guys all, like, randomly up and died for no reason. I have no idea what happened with them. They were doing great. Had a bunch of babies. Those babies were, like, half grown, and then all of a sudden, poof, all of them just started, like, dropping like flies. I moved them to this bigger enclosure, fresh substrate, new bark and everything, and they kept dropping. So, no idea what the heck that was all about. But I'm getting another group from Alan here soon, so I'm not too upset. I'm just maintaining this bin. Because, I mean, I don't know, this is all fresh material, so they should be fine. I'm just gonna assume it was some weird, I don't know, maybe a temperature fluctuation or something, but I had them on the same, like, shelf as a bunch of other Spanish porcelain, and they were doing fine, so I don't know. But, these guys are doing a lot better. These white skirt Porcelain expanses. Really good. Hi, watching from the UK. Hope all is well. Hey, Cool Creatures 6. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for watching. But yeah, these guys are doing pretty well. Lots of little ones. It's a nice male right there. Porcelio expanses white skirt. Yeah, these guys are popping off in this setup. So that's always good to see. Alright. There's that. Give him a couple pieces of dog food. Close that up. And next, this is my expansive stack. What do we got here? We got, oh, these are the witch's potion. These are isolated from the orange skirt, as you can see by that orange coloration that still shows through. But yeah, these are just Dalmatian orange skirt expanses, basically. Which I still have not gotten them breeding very consistently for me. They're very weird. I don't know why. I was hoping moving them to a cooler spot in the room would get them doing better. And I mean, they're doing better, but still reproducing very sparsely compared to the orange skirts for whatever reason, which is weird because they're isolated from the orange skirts, so my orange skirts are doing just fine, so you would think that these would be doing the same, but not quite. Oops. But yeah, these are the orange skirts, by comparison, are popping off. Okay, these guys, really pretty. They look yellow under this light. And they're kind of yellowish, but like, they look more orange in person. See if I can find like any really high orange ones right now. Not really. And I think they've been eating more leaf litter than fish pellets lately, so they're not like super vibrant at the moment. And also, I forgot to buy more fish pellets and I'm out, so this week they're getting dog food. So, oh well. Oh well. You're gonna be white by next week? No. No. Surely they won't deteriorate in color that fast. Yeah, these guys are breeding very well. They have bred consistently for me. And the founding individuals for this colony are hets for the witch's potion, so they still throw them out occasionally. And yet, they still, those witch's potions, I don't know if there's something weird with the Dalmatian gene in that species that just kind of makes them not do as well. Makes them more sensitive to certain conditions. Not sure, but it's weird. Not sure why they ain't doing as well for me. That stack is done. I'll be right back. We got some Maracantha contracta in here, which have been growing very slowly. That's a iridescent darkling beetle species from the east coast of the United States. But yeah, I overwintered them. I gave them a diapause. I would have hoped that they would all like pupate here in the spring, but it seems like they're gonna maybe pupate in the summer with how slow they're growing. So kind of weird. But yeah, all just still larvae in there. Alright. That. Alright, getting into some roaches here. We got some Mendoa Conservarium. How you guys doing? Have conditions improved? Has morale improved since last time? Maybe. A lot of adults. So that's, you know, I'm not going to complain about that. Not seen any babies yet from this batch, but hopefully they breed soon. I'm keeping them more on a 50-50 humidity gradient right now, kind of seeing how that works. I think that might be better for them in the long run. There's a single Penchalora species Guadalupe female in here. But yeah, they're doing pretty well, seems like. I love these guys, extinct in the wild roaches. Alright. Oh. Yeah. No bibbies from this gen yet, but I would assume they will be soon. This side down, kind of heavy. And give them some apple. And they'll be done. Alright. Okay, the phone's slipping out of the handle thing here. Alright. Hopefully that's good. I also feel like this is a bit low. Maybe it should be a bit higher. That better? I think that's maybe like that. Alright. Hopefully that's good. These are my Pseudoglomerus angustifolia. They were sent to me as semi-sulcata, but after seeing adult males in person, I can confirm they are angustifolia, because semi-sulcata have much weirder subgenital plates on the males, so... yeah, these are angustifolia, which is funny, because I had another strain of angustifolia that I received around the same time as these, and those did not do well at all. They all died. Well, only one made it to adulthood, basically, and it was a male. But these guys are doing much better. I received just a few females, and they bred. They were wild caught and mated. So these are all their offspring. And the males of this generation have been coming out with kind of messed up wings. But this is a Brachypterus species, so males are supposed to have pretty short wings. They're just not supposed to be kind of crumpled like that. But, I mean, they're healthy otherwise. So I think I was just keeping them a little too dry, and or I have switched them to vertically slanted hides now. I think they may have... I had them with horizontally, like, flat hides on top of each other. And I think they might want to, like, hang a bit when they're molting to pump the wings out properly. And they just didn't have that available. So I think that's why their wings came out messed up. But... I mean, other than that, the males are healthy, and the females don't have wings, so they've been coming out just fine. And I'm hoping that they'll start breeding soon, and I'll have a nice F2 generation of Pseudoglomerus angustifolia going. That's a subadult male right there. So I still have hope for, I think there's like 1 or 2 males in here that are still nymphs. So I might get a good, perfect male mature still from this generation, which would be nice, because I'd like to get a side-by-side photo with like a pair, an adult pair together next to each other would be kind of cool. And the ones with the messed up wings are not the best candidates for a photo shoot, in my opinion. But and yeah, so this is an adult female though, so kind of a small Pseudoglomerus species. They don't love temps much above 75. They can take them temporarily, but they really don't seem to like excessively warm temps. These are a strictly alpine mountainous species. This whole subgenus, Glomerexus, which is comprised entirely of species with Brachypterus and or completely wingless males. They're all alpine mountainous species. So kind of distinct from the other, the subgenus Pseudoglomerus, which has like Tarsalis and Magnifica and all the commonly cultured ones. This big old tub. It's a freaking Pyralis. And I'm hoping to see babies here soon because I saw this is my Hemilepistus Pavlovsky bin. And last I checked, the female was quite gravid, so I'm hoping she's doing okay, and I hope she gives birth here soon. I just don't want to dig her up and disturb her. She should be under that. But I was kind of hoping to see babies surface active by now. But I think at their first instar, they just stay with the female until they molt to second instar, and I don't know how long that takes. And she was gravid, but like not like right about to give birth. But her marsupium was pretty full. So I'm really hoping that me disturbing her didn't cause her to kick it and just like die in the fucking tunnel. Hoping she's fine. I'm hoping she gives birth soon, and I'm hoping that it's a pretty decent brood. Yeah, these guys are like the most difficult isopod I've ever kept. They're just so territorial. As soon as they're sexually mature, as soon as like you can sex them, basically you need to separate them into pairs because they will just kill each other otherwise. It's really kind of annoying, actually. But yeah, I'm not seeing any surface active babies yet, so hopefully soon. Yeah, so I've just been keeping the quarter of the enclosure on this far side moist, and then they don't really ever seem to go on this side. Not much pressure in this right now. Okay, there we go. And then this little corner right here, above the hide where the female is, I also damped down a little bit so she has some moisture. Seeps down into the lower layers, and that's what she seems to like. Alright. I'll give them a piece of dog food, and yeah, I mean, that's that. Fingies crossed, these start producing something soon. Alright. This. Alright. Up we got some Sinella. No, not Sinella. What are they now? Freaking, what are they? Coecobria tenebricosa, tropical pink springtails. Trying to get a couple isolated cultures of these going for feeder use. And then this, I finally just meshed these up like the day before yesterday. Finally got some, my Ailuropoda and Sinus flathorn hissers are now all meshed up. Micro mesh ventilation, and it's more ventilation than they had before, so I'm hoping that gets them breeding more consistently. Yeah, nice flathorn hisser. We do love a good hisser in this household. All right, that. All right. Put an apple, and bada boom, done. That, then We got Elliptorina davidi. These guys ain't doing so hot. I'm down to like a few females. A lot of males, but only a few females left. I don't know what happened. They did fine for like the first generation I had them, and then this next generation has not done as fine. They're just not breeding at all. They refuse. Quite annoying. Quite annoying. These are definitely the most finicky of the Elliptorina to culture. And pretty much all the other ones are doing alright for me right now. Okay, there's like actually like 4 females in there. That's not too bad. Yeah, I've got my Chapardi are breeding consistently now. My Levigata are breeding consistently now, so I got those figured out. Levigata a little bit more inconsistent, but I did just find babies of those recently, so they're doing better than the Davidi for sure. So a little stressful. I'm hoping these guys start breeding soon. Would be nice. Would be nice. But hey, we'll see. We will see. Get that quarter of the enclosure moistened down for them. They like it pretty dry otherwise. Alright, I don't think I showed one off though. Let me do that real quick, because these guys are actually really cool, really rad hissers. I do love a good Elliptorina davidi. You can hear him hissing a little bit. But these are the bumpy hissers, which the males, ironically, are not very bumpy, but they do have some tubercles. But then they do vary a bit in their texture as adult males. But female, on the other hand, females are pretty consistently very bumpy. Here's a good one. Come on. Come on. There you go. So this is a female Elliptorina davidi. Very heavily textured. So yeah, these guys are very cool. I do love this species. They're very colorful too. They vary a lot in coloration. So I would like them to persist, if not thrive, fully. But hey, we'll see. We shall see. What the heck? Alright, and then we got... Which, my chat... Oh my goodness. I don't know what's going on. The chat has been, like, frozen for a while, but it's like, it's stuck on my screen. Usually it disappears. But not only was it not disappearing, it's not scrolling down, so I didn't realize people were chatting, and it just wasn't showing it. About like 6 pair of Expansis Orange from Kyle, and one by one they all died except for a single breeding pair that's still hanging in there. I don't get it. Apparently I suck at keeping Expansis. Well, it took me a while to get my mine doing well for me. I did fail with Expansis pretty hard at first. I would definitely recommend larger enclosures and a good humidity gradient. And that's easier to set up in a larger enclosure. So, depending on your area, I would do maybe like 50-50 wet and dry. What I like to do, and you can kind of see, this is what I'm doing with these Entomobria unostrigata cotton springtails. Can you focus, camera? Alright, you can see some of them in there. So this is basically what I do with Expanses though too, is I keep, they're well ventilated, but also I spray down like a third of the enclosure, maybe like a quarter, right? So like this little rectangle that I'm outlining. Spray that down heavy, and then I spray down the very far, like the furthest side on the opposite side of the enclosure. I spray that down fairly decently as well, and I leave the middle kind of dry. Because a lot of these species that like more semi-arid conditions, they like, did I feed them? Yeah, there you go. They like they most like the area where the moist substrate and the dry substrate like touch. That's a lot of those like Spanish Porcelio and other semi-arid species. That's what they prefer. So by doing the humidity kind of like that, like a moist side on this side and a moist side on this side, um, uh, you give them more of that niche, more of that surface area on both sides of the enclosure. Um, so that's what I do. I think Expanses really like that. And yeah, just well ventilated, and they don't really seem to like very warm temperatures either. I found Expanses do prefer it a bit cooler, so more room temperature rather than like mid to high 80s. They don't like that as much. So that's been, I think, key to my more recent Expanses success. Alright, anything I need to call out of here? These are my Andromeda project. Andromeda across the two big blacks that I'm trying to re-isolate more of the Andromeda features out of. Excuse me. That's a nice looking male right there. I think that's from last generation. A lot of nymphs, but as they mature out, I'm culling out the adults that do not hold up. Alright, we got a small, tiny adult male here. But his patterning is pretty nice. I'm really going for like the abdominal striping, the yellow to kind of go all the way through. He's a little higher black though. I think maybe he's gonna get cold. Thinking I'm pulling that one out. Cause like, hold on, actually I would like to compare. So like, see that it's mostly black down the middle, but on like this one you see how you got like the orange seeping through more, so it's more of like the black stripes are more of a U shape with orange in the center. That's kind of what I'm going for, versus this one that the stripes are more solid through. This looks more like a high patterned big black male than an Andromeda male. So just gonna pull that out. This is probably going to take a lot of multi-generational line breeding to really get the look honed in. It would be better to just get pure Andromedas again, but I don't know when that's going to happen. Yeah, that one too. Well, I'll let him eat a bit more. Well, I don't know. I think that striping's pretty solid black down there, so yeah, not that. Get out of here. Get out. This is a nice female, though. Right here. Now, the females are a bit darker, even in pure Andromeda, so I'm giving those a little bit more leeway with the coloration, but this one's got some really nice striping on it. I mean, that basically just looks like a pure Andromeda female there. But even some of the pure Andromeda females I had basically just looked like black, the big black Princessia females. They didn't really have much patterning to them, so those got a little bit more leeway. But it's the males that were pretty consistently very high patterning, so that's what I'm going for with those. This female, a bit more like on the brown side, and she's also got not the best striping. I'll keep an eye on her. We'll see. It looks like she's not fully hardened up yet, and when she eats more, her abdomen will plump out a bit more and be easier to see the full extent of her patterning. Hold on, I just saw a male that definitely needed culling. This one? Wait, is that even an adult yet? No, I don't think so. No, it's not an adult. By the way, you can tell adult male histers from nymph male histers. And this works for a lot of blackbirds, but so you see right there, so the subgenital plate, the absolute last segment on the male. See how it's got like a little notch in it? That little white area? And this is more obvious on other blackbirds. Histers, it's not that obvious, but you can see that little white area. It's only on one side of the last segment. And it's kind of not really focusing well on here, but you can see in person that that's a little bit of a notch. And there's like a little hook there as well. So that's a feature that only adult males have versus this nymph that just pooped. The nymph, you can see there is no such white area because he's really pooping a lot. The subgenital plate is not fully developed in nymphs, so they don't have that little notch, which is where the genitalia would be on an adult male. So he's got the runs. But, so yeah, you can see it's just solid black, no notch, versus this, you got that little notch in there, which is where the genitalia are, extrude, I guess. So, that's how you can tell. Adult male blabrids specifically blabrids, from nymphs. There are other features as well, but that's like the surefire way. Most blabrids have that feature, that morphology feature, and no nymph will ever have that notch. Only adults. So, but where was that male? There was a really dark male in here that I wanted to pull. I don't know where he went though. I'll have to grab him next time maybe. Not seeing him. There's a good amount of nymphs in here, though. These have been breeding pretty well. Definitely better than the pure Androhominas ever did, unfortunately. Ah, there we go. There he is. Get out of here. You do not look. Yeah, no, that's not what I'm looking for. This is a prime adult. He's unfortunately getting kind of old now, but this is a nice, big, fairly big major male. But look at that abdominal striping. It's more so what I'm going for. A lot of orange. So yeah, that looks pretty solidly Androhomina-y. So that's what I'm going for with these. So, alright, that was a good call session. Got three males out that were not meeting my standards. Apple. Bring this down pretty well. Princessia like it pretty humid compared to other hissers, so I keep most of their enclosure pretty humid, pretty moist. I need to switch these guys to micro mesh ventilation as well, but not as big a concern because with the limited ventilation in here, it's kind of keeping the humidity up, so they're doing fine. These do have micro mesh and a random multivillis. Okay. These are Elliptorina laevigata, the V-horn hissers, which are really, they're so pretty. Like this species, especially a lot of the females come out this really high orange and just beautiful contrast on the striping on them. I really, really love the coloration of the species. Plus, for Elliptorina, these are huge. These are, like, enormous. They're basically Gromphorderina sized. So, yeah, so that's a female. And then the male... Hey! I see you. Get back in there. Alright. Male. They have very... This isn't even like a minor male, but look at the horn structure on that. It's really pathetic. It almost looks like a female. But again, ventral abdominal segment, and you can see he's also got that little notch, that little pale notch in the segment, which indicates that it is in fact an adult. It's really hard to see on Elliptorina, especially on camera, but you can see that little pale spot there that's not present on the other side, is it? Oh, that's weird. It looks like Elliptorina have it on both sides. Huh. Interesting. Because Princessia, Gromphorderina, and Ailuropoda don't have it on both sides. Maybe that's why I haven't had luck crossing Elliptorina to anything other than... I mean, I haven't even had luck crossing Elliptorina to other Elliptorina, but Huh, there might actually be some significant physical barriers preventing them from hybridizing. Interesting. But that's weird because these clade closer to Grumpfordorina than Princessia do, and yet... wait, no. These closer to Grumpfordorina than Elliptorina do, phylogenetically. But Ailuropoda can cross with Princessia and Grumpfordorina, so that's interesting. Yeah, these guys... There's a fair few nymphs in here. Also some darkling beetles. Some Blapstinus dilatatus from Bakersfield, California. But yeah, so these guys are breeding. Breed a bit slower than my other Elliptorina, excluding Davidi. But they have been breeding, at least. I would hope so, because there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of adults in here. A lot of females. Pretty female-heavy group. So I would like to see more reproduction from them. I feel like I should be seeing more reproduction from them, but at the same time, they are breeding a bit more steadily than the Davidi, so they're definitely self-sustaining and slowly growing in numbers, these guys, so can't complain too much. I also do feel like they're breeding better since I switched them to the mesh ventilation. They have more airflow now, which I think the Leptrina really like. High airflow. And I do think these prefer like a third of their substrate to be moist, it seems like. A little bit more humidity dependent than Elliptorina javanica or Chapardi, or certainly Davidi. Davidi like it really dry. I'll just slightly miss the rest of it, but mostly just keep that back third moist. And there we go. Alright, stack coming down. I'm actually gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright. These are my Pyrophorus noctilucus, which I have moved these to a higher shelf because I've had 2 pupates so far. And I kind of just want them all to pupate at the same time, so I'm trying to heat stress them into pupation, which has worked in the past. I mean, heat or cold, random heat or cold, hot or cold fluctuations kind of tend to get a laterid larva to pupate randomly, so, or prematurely, I should say. Yeah, so there's a nice larva there, but I'm just kind of hoping that they will all decide to pupate at around the same time. They're all at a size where they could pupate for sure. Oh, well, I just dropped that. Oops. They're definitely not full grown, but I mean, I don't need giant adults right now. I just need adults, period, because these are kind of on the precipice of potential culture collapse here in the U.S. So I really would like to get a good generation going here. I only have a few larvae left, so really would like them to all mature at around the same time, so I have a good chance of getting pairs, get them breeding, save a nice group of like 20 to 30 larvae for myself, and then I can disperse any extras I have among interested parties. But yeah, so far 2 pupated. I'm hoping for some more action here. But yeah. That out. Alright, doesn't look like any of these are building pupil cells at the moment, but we shall see. Pretty warm in there, so I have a feeling they will start pupating more soon. Alright, well these are Biosotria cabreri. I'm gonna lower the camera a little bit. I feel like it's maybe a little too high. There we go. You can more easily see the enclosure. Yeah, these are striped boring roaches from Cuba. Very cool. Classic little species, and these are the males here. Slightly variable wing length, although mostly they come out brachypterous. I don't actually know if I've ever seen a Macropterus cabreri male. Mostly they're brachypterous. Yeah, these guys are cute little species, and I have found that they seem to prefer the lower ventilation and higher air humidity for inducing reproduction. And because it'd been a while since I'd seen any babies, and then I moved them to this less ventilated bin, and wouldn't you know it, they started popping babies out. So I'm guessing that is key for them. Give them some dog food, apple, maybe a little bit more apple than that. Alright. Moisturize them. There's also some Cubaris Marina papaya in here as well. They seem to be doing pretty well in this setup. Alright, and that's where all the Pyrophorus go on top of. And then we got 2 Gyna bins. We got Gyna sculpturata. Most of the adults in here have passed on. There's a buttload of nymphs. And the substrate is kind of just boiling with movement. Brother. Alright. Give them some dog food. And a couple apple chunks. I really do love their apple. Dog food, not as much. But the apple, they do eat that up consistently. Alright, that. And the Gyna Capucina are next, which these guys, I think I have to do a little bit of an enclosure revamp here. I think the substrate's a little too old and compacted for their liking, so I'm gonna have to change it out here pretty soon, which is gonna be so fun with all the nymphs in it. But yeah, these guys, the pink, oh, that's a really old female. Pink cockroach, Gyna capucina. But yeah, these guys definitely, I think, need an enclosure revamp, so I'll probably do that here within the next week or two. And switch them to micro mesh ventilation while I'm at it. But yeah, let's get through some dog food. Apple chunks. It doesn't look like there's that many in here, but they are demolishing the apple every week. So like there's definitely quite a few still in here. I think they're more so on the drier side. Get back in there. I think there's a lot more. Yeah, there's more substrate movement on that side for sure. So yeah, I will give these a bit of a revamp here soon. Okay. Alright, then we got some smaller setups here. We got my Aranavaga Tonqua San Antonio. Near San Antonio, whatever, I mean. Near San Antonio, just, I feel like if you don't have the exact locality, I think it's better to just round up to the nearest landmark. So I just call these San Antonio rather than near San Antonio. Because what kind of obscure locality information is that? Like, come on, just round up. It's the same difference. These are Aranavaga. Which one are these? Oh, these are the Heidi. No, not Heidi. Hopkins Sorum. Which Heidi Hopkins described and named after her parents. So yeah, really a dark species. The males, at least. Pretty cool little Aranavaga. Do love these. The only ones I've kept at near this level of darkness, well, other than the Del Rio Aranavaga Boliana, would be Aranavaga Apache, specifically from Cave Creek Canyon. Those ones throw out some very dark males. A lot of the other Apache localities have lighter males, I've noticed. It's much less speckling on them. What happened to the thing, the top to this? It's a little, normally they have this little push tab, right? But where did this one go? What? Oh, how did that get yanked off? This is my, oh my gosh, get back in there. Is it broken? Alright, there we go. Jeez Louise. These are my Venezuela species Yuma. White desert roly-polies, U.S. natives. I think either undescribed or they're going to be moved to Venezuela. Something like that. And apparently there are Californian white Venezuela that are a different species than these. So I would like to get those too at some point if they ever enter culture. Or if they're already in culture, I don't know. As my Euthyrapha pacifica bin / Pyralis bin at this point. These are the Pacific 2-spot roaches. There's just oodles of them in there. So many. So many. I need to go through and just like destroy / remove all of the moth tubes and then micro mesh that's been up so they don't come back. There's also Dermestes ater in here, and they're persisting in here, which is really weird. It's the only thing, I mean, they can live and breed on just dog food alone, but normally they prefer like roach bodies, but there's not really a lot of roach bodies in here. Because the Euthyrapha are pretty good about eating their own dead, so yeah, it's weird. a weird enclosure for them to make a stronghold. But they don't bother the Euthyrapha, so I don't really care. Alright, here's my second, just set this up, second Quecabria tenebrocosa enclosure. Trying to get these established in a second bin so I can really start using them more as feeders. Which they do better with a hisser or two in with them. So I'm actually going to throw one of these reject Andromeda cross males. Make sure he's got no mites on him. Okay, good. There you go, new home. New home for you. Because the springtails like eating roach frass, it seems like. And these are Gromphidorina portentosa massawala females that I crossed to Elliptorina lavagata males, and they still have not produced anything. So that's kind of weird, because portentosa are kind of the easiest thing to cross to, I mean, Princessia or, well, Princessia. They cross very readily to Princessia. I have not crossed them successfully to Ailuropoda yet. I've been trying to. Although I have crossed Ailuropoda to Princessia and Ailuropoda to Princessia in Gromphidorina hybrid. So you would think that they would cross, but yeah, there's some weirdness going on with some of these hybrid crosses I'm trying to make. With a lot of them just not taking, and I'm not sure if it's husbandry related or just actually like they cannot hybridize. So that'll be interesting to keep an eye out on. Alright, we got. Oh, you're still alive? I thought you were dead. Okay, never mind. These are the big old Cleveland Aquarium 1972 stock hissers. Gromphidorina portentosa. Classics. I just kind of revamped this bin a little bit. There were a lot of pyralis in here that I kind of just manually removed the tubes of. Replaced the egg crate, and because their old egg crate was pretty degraded. And there's a good amount of Blapstinus fortis. Yeah, a good amount of Blapstinus fortis micro darklings in with them. Little US natives that I'm using as cleaners in lieu of Alphidobius, which I don't really love that much. They kind of cause some problems for me in certain bins, so I prefer not to use them. Alright. Let's give these that. I'm going to give them some banana as well. And these guys, they breed very sporadically compared to a lot of my other portentosa lines. Even the LLE mahoganies, which are derived from this line, breed more consistently for me. So I'm not sure. I think these, just because they're so big, they want more space, so they don't really breed as much until their numbers thin out a bit. So might have to find a newer bin. Speaking of bins, I'm really upset. They have done away with these Sterilite 5-gallon gasket bins with the blue gasket lining. They've done away with them. They do not sell this container anymore. And I have a lot of these, and they stack together nicely. Now they have a new option, and it doesn't seem like they have the 20 quarts. Which I don't know if these are 20. I think these are 20 quart. Now they're selling 19 quart ones, so they're a little smaller. And They do not stack with these. They're still Sterilite brand, but they do not stack with these ones. They're a different shape. They're like more square than rectangular. Um, and a much thinner gasket strip, although it is made out of rubber instead of foam, which I think material-wise is an improvement, because some roaches can chew through the foam gasket over time. Rubber, they're not going to be able to do that, but it's a thinner strip, so that makes me a little more anxious. And I just don't like them. I don't like the look of them. They're kind of ugly compared to the old ones. So I'm a little upset about that. That is unfortunate. I went to buy, I was going to get another bin or two today, the gasket bins, and they didn't have them. They only have the new ones. So not a fan, not a fan. It's a nice freshly molted old hobby stock Parabolicus, Blabberus Parabolicus male. Supposed Parabolicus. I really don't trust that ID, or many of the older Blabberus ID. Yeah, kind of unfortunate. I thought I had pure Blabberus fusca, but it turns out the purity is being called into question because the lineage tracing isn't really adding up, or rather, I can't get a conclusive answer on the lineage tracing of them. And the males look normal for fusca, but the females have been coming out really dark winged, which is apparently not normal for pure stock of that line. So I'm gonna send a few to Kyle for examination / comparison to his stocks, and if there's something interesting, then maybe he'll keep them. But I'm just gonna feed the rest of mine off because I don't really have any interest in hybrid Blabberus. In potentially hybrid Blabberus. Already my interest in Blabberus is pretty low compared to a lot of other roach genre. They just don't do it for me like some other larger Blabberids, like hissers, for example. Hissers, I love hissers. Can't have enough hissers. Blabberus, not so much. I'm not really interested in collecting any more than I have. Really, the ones I love the most are Giganteus. Pure Giganteus are like my favorite Blabberus, and actually really, really cool. But I have those, and they're doing well for me. And I mean, that's kind of it. That's kind of all I feel I need. Not interested in many of the others. Kyle keeps trying to get me to get the Tikal Guatemala Cranifer line off of him, which is like this new CF Blabberus Cranifus line. Blabberus Cranifer line. Bigger than the other hobby stocks of Cranifer. Probably a different species in that same complex. I'm not interested. I don't want them. I'm not keen on adding more Blabbers to the collection, so. Speaking of hissers, this is my Elliptorina Chapardi bin / Drimoplaneta semivita bin. And both are doing very well. This is the best, the most Drimoplaneta that I've had ever, just because they're in a bigger bin. But I really do love Drimoplaneta semivita. And, I don't know if you can see that in there, but that's a baby Elliptorina Chapardi. Those have been breeding. This is the first time I've really bred Chapardi. Tried once or twice in the past, and they just never did well for me. Maybe because I started them out in too small of bins with not a good enough humidity gradient. But yeah, look, little baby Chapardi. There's been quite a few little babies in here. But yeah, they're so cute. These are such cute hissers. They are, I think, the smallest of the pure hissers in the hobby, in the U.S. hobby at least. A couple other Elliptorina species in the European hobby that we need to get at some point. And then Drimoplaneta semivita are really cool. Really cool polyzosterines from Australia. Originally, they're native to Australia. They're also invasive in New Zealand and now California, which this stock comes from. But very, very pretty roaches. I really do love them, and they seem to be doing very well in this setup with just a bunch of egg crates stacked up against each other, and you can see there's an ooth right there. I'm gonna fixing them to every surface they can, basically, and doing well with just about a quarter of the enclosure kept moist, the rest dry, very well ventilated. They get dog food and apple, and that's about it. So, yeah, doing very well. My Eustagaster are getting me a little worried. It's been a while since I've seen babies, and I don't love the amount of Compsodies that are in here, nor do I love the amount of orb-baited mites. I just like refreshed the substrate a little bit. I like added more to it to keep it loose, because they don't like compacted substrate. So added fresh cocoa fiber to it, so it's pretty loose now. But a little worried I might have to revamp this setup completely, but we'll see. I mean, there's a fair few adults, pretty fresh, so like, and a fair few females too, so I'm hoping they start baby making here pretty soon. So I am getting a little concerned, and I still have some larger nymphs as well. But yeah, I would like to see some more reproduction from these sooner than later. That is for sure. But, I mean, I can't say they're like really crashing either. Because, I mean, again, there's still a fair few of adults in here and some fat looking females, so should be babies soon. We will see. I'm hoping that with the refreshing of the substrate I just did that they will be appeased. Looks like they ate all their dog food too. That's unusual. Usually there's leftovers. Alright, so dog food there. Give them a couple apple slices. I might even give them a little bit of apple. No, banana. That's what I'm trying to say. Here you go. Here's banana. And spray it down this side. I'm also keeping them a little bit on the drier side as well. I think I started keeping them a little too humid and they didn't love that. So, going for more of a gradient here. Just watering down this side and leaving that side a bit more drier. Just a light misting there. But, there we go. Those are done. Heavy. Couple hisser bins. These are Gomphortorina portentosa massawala, pure locality stock. Gomphortorina portentosa. Very nice, slightly variably colored line. Man, I just have like oodles and oodles of these at the moment. Mostly adults right now. It does look like I probably need to dig out some of these substrates. Gotten a little too deep. It's just frass, basically. And yeah, like look at that. That's several inches of substrate have built up frass, and mostly Alphidobius frass. They've been chewing it down. This is one of the few bins that I do have Alphidobius as the cleaner crew in, because I mean it's just portentosa and they really don't seem to mind them. If anything, they have been keeping things pretty clean in here. Can't really see much in the way of hitter frass at the bottom. It's mostly just Alphidobius and dust. Alright, so there's a couple apple slices. Let's spray that down. Doing a banana peel with them the other day. This is all that's left. Yes, I do feed banana peels to the roaches as well. Mostly the dubia usually are the recipients, but I've also been giving them to these Masawala just because they've been eating anything I throw in there. Alright, these are the Princessia Van Rebecca Big Black. This bin needs a little, well, I say needs revamping, but I mean, look at that. There's a lot. It's just been a little bit since I've seen babies. I say as I see a baby. Okay, well, maybe they don't need the revamping. I thought they did. I just gave them a bunch of new hides. They probably just needed more surface area. Which, it is annoying when the egg crate kind of congeals into one mass, because that's not so beneficial to them. It looks like that's kind of what's going on in here. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I was saying, things are getting a little bit dirty in here, but it looks like the Dermestes undulatus that I threw in here have finally started doing their job and are breeding, so that's good. I do like Dermestes undulatus more as a cleaner crew than Ader or Maculatus, just because those two seem to get out of control faster. Yeah, look at these. But Dermestes undulatus is a slower breeding and prettier species too. You can see one of the undulatus larvae moving around down there. Let me see if I can show off an adult undulatus. They're very pretty. They have a nice bluish grayish sheen to their elytra, and then a nice reddish golden colored pronotum, but kind of hard to see in this lighting. And their abdomens, their undersides are just completely white. Let's see if I can show that off a bit more. Very, very starkly white. So yeah, very cool. I do like those a lot as a cleaner species. Alright, yeah, that seems a bit more airy. More room for them. Alright. Dog food. And just give them these 2 apple halves. And spray them down. You see, I do like it more moist than Ailuropoda, Leptorina, and certain Grumperdina for sure. Alright. Those misted down nicely. Alright. Alright. See anything in the chat I missed? Nope. Alright. Up here. So workout lifting some of these things. They are heavy. That Masawala bin really does need to be excavated. I need to take an allergy pill before I do that though, because the hisofras really irritates my lungs, so that will be a project of its own. I feel like I'm not really... What's going on here? The ring light is like more in the way than it usually is. And as such, I've not been getting the enclosures in the shot as much. I just need to raise it higher. These are the pride and joy of my hybrid project so far. These Principata Planetigris, my paper tigers. These are hybrids between flathorn hissers and tiger hissers. So Ailuropoda incinus male to Princessia Van Rebecca tiger females. But get some really nice, very orange coloration on this stock. And the males look so cool too. Try to show one off before I dump in food. Now I'm thinking these guys are gonna start breeding here any day now. A lot of Compsodies. And also Blabrus. I got my Blabrus Atropus Shinigami project in here, which is they've been breeding pretty well too. Yeah, nice male. So you get that flat Ailuropoda morphology with the tiger striping and just really orange coloration. Really don't look like anything currently, any of the pure stocks currently in culture. So they're pretty unique color and morphology combination, so I'm keeping them. And hoping they breed soon so I can offer more up. I am curious what the F2s are going to look like. Ideally similar to these F1s, but we will see. Sometimes hybrids get a little bit more variable with the generations, but I will be line breeding them to look like this. I really do like this look. So if they end up looking different, I'll have to do some line breeding to get it more consistent. But yeah, look at that. Look at that striping. That's really cool. Nice coloration. Nice. Basically, Ailuropoda pronotomorphology, though not quite as pronounced. A little bit more rounded, like you would see in Princessia. So, yeah, very cool. I do like those a lot. And I am hoping to see babies from them soon. Lord knows the Compsodies are breeding very well in here. My gosh. I have given up on culturing Compsodies on their own because it's just so much more proficient to just throw them in with hissers and let them breed themselves. Because they do so much better with hissers, I've noticed. Or at least they very much like the conditions that I give my hissers. So, yeah. This bin also needs micromeshed here soon. But yeah, these are really cool. And I should probably give move the Blabrus Atropus that are in here to their own bin now. I've got a couple bins freed up that they would do well in, so I'll probably do that here soon. Alright, opening a new apple bag. This week, the cheapest apples were, they've been Fuji for a long time, but now the cheapest ones are Red Delicious. So, that's what they're getting this week. Some Red Delicious apples. Red Delicious are a trash apple. Change my mind. Trash, they just do not taste good. They have like a waxy taste to them. They taste like sweetened candle wax. They're just garbage apples. You cook with them maybe, but even then, I think like Granny Smith are better for cooking with. Historically, I think that's been the purpose of Granny Smith apples, and a lot of those more tart ones are used for like pies and stuff. So these are very, very ugly looking tiger females. I didn't know what they would look like when I isolated them as nymphs, but these are pure tiger females, just very dark. Very dark. But I crossed these with reject males from my Andromeda cross. So it's pure species still, but three different lines mixed in, because the Andromeda cross are crossed with big blacks. So it's Andromeda to big blacks, now to tigers. But these tiger females that were crossed with those males, have produced offspring. There's a couple right there. So I'm interested to see what those look like when they grow up. And in addition to those, this bin is also my new Eurycotis species Uvita bin, because they were in a 1-gallon bin before, and I decided to move them to a 5-gallon, and I feel like they'll do well with these hissers. And this is probably not going to be the hissers permanent bin. I will just be seeing what the cross looks like if I want to keep them, and pick the best individuals from said cross and move them to their own bin and feed off the rest. But yeah, so this is more so, I would say, the Eurycotis' bin than the Princessia. Yeah, these Eurycotis species Uvita, pretty big, chunky Eurycotis species. And so far have been pretty easy to breed. But again, I had them in a 1-gallon bin, and I wouldn't say they crashed, but the population declined a little bit because of just how little space they had in that bin, and also there were Alphidobias in there kind of messing with them. So in this 5-gallon, they should explode. So hoping for said explosion pretty soon, since there are a few adults in here now of both sexes, and should be laying ooths in here. Yeah, definitely more of a ventilated bin. And get apple. Oh, I already put apple. Well, I get 2 apple chunks now. There we go. Red Delicious. Gross. Grody. Trash tier apple. I'm much more partial to like Fuji or a nice Gala apple when they're in season. Galas, when they're not in season, they just end up kind of gritty. I don't think any of that needs dealt with at the moment. Alright, what do we got here? I'm gonna wash my hands real quick, actually. Hissers irritated them a little bit. I will probably end stream around like 3 to 4, probably like 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I'll translate that to whatever your times are. But I'll probably get off and do some other errands when that happens, and probably won't finish today's maintenance by the time that happens, but I don't know. When I do finish it tonight, I don't know if I'll stream again, so just a heads up. But so this is I just revamped this bin. My Aranavaga Boliana from Del Rio, Texas, which I thought had died off completely. I actually found like 4 or 5 female nymphs, which are in here, and 2 for sure male nymphs, one of which is a subadult, but the other like pre-sub. Actually, I think 3 male nymphs. And those I've moved to a closet in my house that's a lot cooler. So I'm trying to sync up the sexes here with this small group that I have left, and get them to breed. Again, I'm not really sure what happened last generation. I had a fair amount of males and females mature around the same time, and they just barely produced anything. So I don't know what happened with them, but should have a good shot of getting males and females mature at the same time. With the ratio I have, I think I'll be fine, actually, which is nice because I thought I lost them completely. So just got to wait out these females, and once they're mature, I'll take the males out of their closet, move them back into the warm room here, and get them breeding. These are both okay. So these are my Daria species Pashmarhi, India, long-winged Daria. These are, again, these I'm also kind of syncing up the sexes. So these are 2 female nymphs that are, this one I think is pre-sub, and this larger one's pre-subadult. And then I have a subadult female and 2 subadult males in, again, a cold closet of my house that are doing fine, but I've basically halted their growth at subadult stage by keeping them cooler and only offering them leaf litter and apples as food. Protein is what really gets choroidids growing faster. The absence of it will not kill them, especially if they have leaf litter and apples and other foods to eat. But without protein, they will grow far slower, and also colder temps keep them growing far slower. So again, trying to sync up those sexes, because I would ideally like at least 2 of the females to be mature at the same time the males are, to maximize output. That smaller female, I don't know. I might keep one of the subadult males in the cold area of my house until that one's mature, but I will definitely take one of the males out, along with the subadult female, once that pre-sub that's in there turns to subadult. Because yeah, I would like at least 2 of the females mature and mated at the same time to really maximize the output of those, since they are not really a thing here yet. So definitely trying to min-max that group. This is my Euchordia westwoodi enclosure. The heart flower roach. You can see there's a couple of them. There, let's see if I can get a male out. Beautiful, beautiful species. Where did he go? Did he just fly out? I didn't see where he went. He's gone forever, guys. I actually don't know where he went. Well, if I see him... There's other males in there. He may have just flown back in. I literally did not catch that, so... Uh-oh. Well... He's free. He's free. He's gonna get eaten by Steatoda if he's gone now. Uh-oh. Well... No, I literally did not catch that. Oh, he's gone. Oh well. It happens. There are other males in there. It's fine. It's fine. I have so many. I have oodles and oodles of westwoodi. It's actually crazy how well those are doing well for me. Little unfortunate that that one got away, but oh well. What can you do? If I see him, though, I'm sure he'll turn up as I'm doing maintenance here. What do we got here? These are my attempted a tribrid. It's a male Ailuropoda in sinus to 2 female Grumpsisia Mahogany tigris. These are just normal tiger hogs. These are not super tiger hogs, just normal. The normal tiger hogs, the first cross. But yeah, these two, they definitely look very gravid. But this female gave birth before, so this cross was viable, but I think she gave birth prematurely. I think there are alphidobias in here that were stressing her out, and those nymphs that were born premature, unfortunately, did not survive. But she's still alive, and then I threw in another female, and she's matured now, finally, and does look pretty plump, so I'm hoping one of these will give birth here pretty soon. I would like to see this tribrid come to fruition. Three different species competing for the morphology and coloration dominance in one animal would be pretty cool. These are just pure Rumfordorina portentosa mahogany, mahogany, which have really started breeding a lot. So there's a lot of smaller nymphs in here, not so much in the way of adults, mostly adult males. There's a few adult females, but they're kind of getting a little old now. But definitely a lot of babies right now. So these guys are doing well. Somehow I just revamped this enclosure like several months ago. New substrate, new everything, and not only have and micromesh too, but not only have Pyralis gotten in here, which they may have hitchhiked in like as I opened the enclosure one time, but there's somehow alphidobias in here. And it's weird because none of these surrounding enclosures have Alphidobius. I did not throw Alphidobius in here on purpose. I do not know how they got in. But, they may have just been, like, one or two of them, like, on the egg crate when I put them in here, but I don't know. But, again, Alphidobius and Portentosa seem to get along pretty well, actually, so I'm not too concerned. And since the setup is micro mesh, I don't have to worry about the Alphidobius getting out, so, you know. It's alright. It's alright. Alright, here we go. More weird hybrids that I'm trying. I got now a Gromphorina obligonota, a small male here, with two Ailuropoda and Sinus females, which so far they get really gravid looking, but then they just keep aborting their ooze. And I have trouble with Ailuropoda in general, so I'm not sure if it's just a husbandry thing or if it's an incompatible hybrid. But then I have here the paper tiger, a virgin paper tiger females. This is Ailuropoda insinus to tiger hissers. And so I've got her in here as well, which I'm hoping that cross will succeed. Obviously, if she starts to look pretty gravid, I will move her to a different setup. But just for now, I have her with these, just to get her mated with the obligonota. But this bin is actually my Polyphaga obscura bin. Which, so far, I mean, they've been producing a lot of ooze, but no babies yet. Of these obscura. I do hope I wasn't gypped and that this is actually a parthenogenetic obscura line. Because there are sexually reproducing lines of this species as well in the Chinese hobby. But I only got females, so I would hope it's a partho line. But I do hope I haven't been made a fool of. But I do think, I don't know, I think, I trust the person I got these from, so I'm hoping. There, actually, but there's a female carrying an ooth right there. They're also producing a lot of them, like, almost too many ooths for it to not be a partho line, because, like, you know, roaches that have not been mated, the females will lay ooths, regardless of whether they've been mated or not, but they tend to lay them far more infrequently when the ooths are not viable. But these guys are absolutely pumping them out at the same rate as the partho line of Saussure that's in the hobby, or like mated Polyphaga plinkii or Polyphaga aegyptiaca. Like, they're laying at a comparable rate. So I would assume that the eggs are viable and that this is a partho line just based off the output of ooze, because they've been laying a lot. So I don't know, we'll see. Hopefully, it has only been like, what, 6 months-ish since I started getting adults? Maybe even less than that. So, and again, like, Polyphaga Saussure ooths take like 7 to 8 months to hatch on average at the temperatures I'm keeping these at. So, could just be a waiting game. I think I'm still a few months away from having to be concerned, but I would hope to start seeing babies like basically any day now with the earliest laid ooze. So we'll see, but nothing so far. But I shall keep my hope up. Keep the flame alive. Carry the flame. Alright, what do we got here? These are super tiger hogs. These are the back cross of tiger hogs back to tigers. And they came out a lot paler. And weirdly, the female's a lot smaller. I don't know what that's about. But, I mean, look at that. That's a very tiny female. The males are huge, though, by comparison. So, kind of weird. I think it may have just been me keeping them too cramped first gen. But, so here's the F2 nymphs of those. So we will see what this back cross looks like second gen. Hopefully it'll still be pretty consistent. And consistently pale. And I kind of want to verify that they are a fairly consistently different looking than the normal tiger hogs before I offer these up. I don't think I'm ever going to sell the tiger hogs, just the normal ones, because they look they really do look a lot like Portentosa, to the point where the the layman would not really be able to tell them apart. These have a more of a distinct look about them. Definitely a lot more pale, a lot more red on the metanotum and mesonotum, the abdominal segments there. It really does look like a decent cross between tigers and Portentosa, in my opinion. So I would be comfortable offering these up if the offspring look the same. If these F2 offspring are going to look the same. Which hopefully they will. We will see. Time will tell. But if they do, if it's a consistent look with this back cross, then I will offer these up once they build up in numbers more. But if not, I don't know. They might just not be unique enough for me to offer them. Alright. What do we have here? My multi-project bin. We got Darapeltis species Savo West. We got Orange Project Tiger Hissers, pure Tiger Hissers that I did get offspring from, so that's cool. But yeah, these are the giant velvet roaches. Get that out of here. Some Tiger Hisser nymphs from the High Orange Tiger project that I'm working on, just from pure tigers that I did not cross with anything, but had some aberrant individuals pop up that were like really orange. So working on getting that isolated. They did breed, so if the babies are consistently orange as well, it's a nice morph, then I will name it. I think I'll name them like Bengal or something. Bengal tiger. Then just a couple other random projects. We got Nyctobora species, Pina Blanca, Lake Usica right there. Looking pretty good. Keeping that pretty humid. And let's see. Have the... has this hatched yet? Let's see. Roach in a Mete Us. Nope. And it doesn't look like it's in the process of hatching yet either. The seam looks pretty intact. So, still more waiting. That's gonna hatch any day now. I can feel it. It's been about 4 months since it's laid, which seems to be the average incubation period for this genus. So, 4 to 5 months. So I'm hoping for it to hatch soon, so I can confirm whether the ones from the wild Ooth that I had hatch are Mete as well. Let's spray this down. Gave them dog food. Let me give them a slice of apple as well. I'll be right back. some more bins. So this is Carabalata lutea, which that main culture of these has some sort of fungal infection, I think. But I just isolated out an adult female from that culture that I'm hoping is healthy, because she looked pretty healthy. Yeah. So she hasn't kicked it yet, and she is mated, because there were adult males in there as well. So hopefully, I'm hoping to start a clean culture from that female in this bin, and then I can destroy the old culture and start new with this one, is the hope. My fire niches, something orientalis whip spider, growing pretty well. Very nice. I do love these guys. Wish there were more communal whip spiders. It seems like only a few of them are readily communal, and I do not like keeping... oh my god, why are there so many Pyralis in here? I don't love keeping non-communal arachnids. I just don't like having to dedicate a bunch of bins, a bunch of separate containers to them, so that's too much. Would like more communal whip spiders, but especially like a larger one. I kind of do want to get the Florida whip spiders, because I think those are communal, fairly communal at least. So I need to get some of those at some point. These are all over the lid. Margatia nimbata. Nice little, not nimbata. CF bisignata Macau. These are a larger species of Margatia, or at least suspected Margatia, from Macau. These originally entered the hobby thanks to Martin, the wild martin from Macau. So yeah, these guys are pretty cool. Not really a ton on the surface at the moment. There's a lot down in that mulch. Alright. These back up. Yes. Then we have Baltavillis, old hobby stock, a couple Pyralis in there somehow. I mean, they came in with the... I just dumped the contents of their old bin into this one. More so, I don't know how the Pyralis are surviving in such a humid bin, because they don't really like humidity. But these are the old hobby stock, Baltavillis, plain yellow roaches. We also have stock from Honolulu, Hawaii now. Which I have a colony of those as well. Just moved them into one of these gallon bins recently. These are Margatia nimbata. Small little, quote-unquote, raindrop roaches. So, a cute little species. Water down that back half. And we're good to go. These are Pseudoglomerus magnifica, the northern Vietnam line. Just had a bunch of these mature out, so hoping for a baby boom this summer. We will see. That would be nice. Very nice. And these guys, okay, that's still somewhat viable. Banana. Apple, where's the other apple piece? Where is the other? I only put one. No, it's down there. Okay, that's staying in there. Alright, we got apple. Another piece of apple, and I'll give them a chunk of banana, which really does seem to be the fruit of choice for Pseudoglomerus magnificent. They really do love their banana. Eat it far more voraciously than any other fruit that I give them. I think they like it because it's a bit protein rich as well compared to apple. Alright. There. Misting there. And more gallon jars. I need to undo this one. This Elastablatta diaphana one. For some reason, I used to put the mesh for these gallon jars, like, I used to inlay it, like, on the inside instead of the outside. Which, like, yeah, this is how I do it now. I put it on top of the outside, but instead I used to put it on the top of the inside. And the problem with that is that all this glue, if I don't do it right, it kind of gets in the way of closing the enclosure. And that's been a bit of a problem. So this bin specifically, the Elastablatta diaphana, this lid is always like slightly, not ajar, but it's like I don't think anything can get out of that, but it doesn't rest right on the side there. And that's annoying. So I think I'm gonna melt this off, melt the glue off, rip this off, and adhere it back to the outside. Because I'm not liking how that's sitting on there. Making me a little paranoid. Again, I haven't had any of these get out since I moved them to this bin, but I don't want to take any chances, especially since I have other Elastablatta species now, so I will probably tear that off and redo it. This bin, this Chorcinera parrishi, this lid was done fine. It closes perfectly fine. Which these have, the group I got from Kyle, have started breeding. So this restart is going well. My colony did basically completely crash. There were only like a couple nymphs left, so I got some more from Kyle. And you can see there's babies crawling around down there. So they are breeding once again. That's good. Because I did lose them. Alright. Hebardina ugandana. These, I need to revamp these soon as well. They're not... Their substrate's a little too grody now. I don't think they like it, so I gotta redo that. These Elastablatta species Everglades, Florida, are doing pretty well. I just gave these some new mulch recently, some cocoa core chunks. So, a more surface area. And they're doing it pretty well. Though they didn't explode this generation like I thought they would, but I mean, there's still adults in here and they're still laying eggs, so should be good. I mean, there's a fair few nymphs. The problem is there's a lot of Nocticola Vegas in here as well, and I don't know if they're causing any problems. I wouldn't think they would, because they inhabit a different niche in the enclosure. They stick to the moist substrate, which the Elastablatta kind of avoid, but I don't know. Could be some competition going on in there. I'll have to keep an eye on. These are my Pseudoglomerus magnifica Quoquang. Is this? This is no. That's the newer piece. Throw that out. Give these some more banana, fresh banana. These have had their ups and downs for me. They were breeding for a little bit, and then I lost a bunch of the adult females. I think I definitely was upping the humidity for them, and they liked it, but at some point over the winter, I let my Magnifica colonies get a little too dry. I think the daily mistings wasn't enough. Their substrate was pretty dry, and I think with how much bark I have laid on top of it here, and how much dry hide areas they have, I don't need to worry about keeping the substrate dry. I should actually keep the substrate kind of moist, and that will boost the air humidity significantly. And again, if they have dry bark hides, as long as the bark hides are dry on the undersides, which they are, you can see there, it's pretty dry. That's really all they need. There's one. So, I still have a fair few in here. Enough to keep going, for sure. But I think I kind of killed their productivity this winter and lost some as a result of them being a little too dry. But I think I have rectified that now. There are some adult females in here, some fresh adult females, and there are some sub-adult males that should mature soon. So again, hoping for a baby boom from these this summer, now that I'm keeping them even more humid. And their substrate is now being kept moist. Apple. Yeah, definitely a lot more finicky than the Chinese Magnifica, that's for sure. The Chinese Magnifica are way less picky about their conditions. But yeah, definitely much moister substrate in here now, so hopefully that increased humidity will get these Vietnamese Magnifica popping off for me this summer. Though, even if they do, I probably won't have any Vietnamese Magnifica available till next year. Maybe, depending on how well the Northern Vietnam Magnifica do for me, I might have some of those available at the end of summer. Because those I have a lot more females of, so. But the Cook Fongs, definitely not till next year. And then I have another Vietnamese line that I have a female of, and a bunch of males, and I'm hoping that line breeds at all. But they're very green, so I hope that line establishes, but we'll see. Dipteratrum hanstromi, very hardy species of small climbing roach. I think definitely has a lot of feeder potential for arboreal predators. I gave them to one of my friends to use for mantis feeders, and he was having pretty good success. They ate them pretty readily. These are Neoblatella species Miramar, which I almost lost these, but they are on the rebound, and there are lots of nymphs in there now, so that's really good to see. Got Carablata species Kendall, Florida. These are a new, either invasive or undescribed native for Florida. They really don't. Oh, there we go. It's a nice shot of one. Pretty cute little species. Again, not sure what they are. Either something newly introduced to Florida that we only just found recently, or a undescribed native, which would be kind of cool. I lean towards the former being the more likely possibility, though. They're probably something introduced, just because that's the most common thing down in Florida. Yeah, I'll water these a little bit. Cheliferidae species, Ector County. It's not letting me zoom in this time. Okay, well. Little pseudoscorpions. Alright. Which a lot of these are still using this old, outdated ventilation method of just me poking holes in there and then putting paper towel underneath as the mesh, basically. I need to, yeah, a lot of these enclosures that still have that, I need to switch over to micro mesh proper. These are Hemithyrocera palliata. Very prolific, hardy, and pretty pseudophilodromid. Oh wait, are these pseudophyll? No, these are blatellids actually. Blatellids from Asia. Yeah, those do pretty well for me. I really would like their cousins, Hemithysocera vittata. I would like those doing well for me. I'm trying them again, so hopefully they do pop off. Alright, put these back in here. Then, get into more of the gallon jars. Got my precious Rocha Inna Bilunata. Which I'm starting to think these might be further away from maturity than I thought they were. I think they probably have 2 molts to go, at least, before they're mature. And they've definitely slowed down significantly in growth the older they've gotten. Because before they were mature, they were molten like once a week, once every 2 weeks. And now it's like once a month. Once they got into like L5. And right now, the oldest are L6. There's still some L5 in there, too, that haven't molted to L6 yet. Stragglers. But, yeah. So I would say it's definitely slowed down quite a bit, their growth. But, generally, that means they're getting closer to maturity. I think probably 2 molts. Like 2 more nymph instars before they're adults, but I could be wrong. They could be pre-subs right now. We will see. But yeah, I'm personally gonna guess that they're pre-subs and that they have 2 more nymph instars to go, and then another molt till adulthood. But we will see. It's an exciting journey, and I have been documenting it pretty rigorously, so I will definitely have a good final count on how many instars this species has. And it looks like I've got pairs already. It looks like they are sexable at this 6th instar, and it looks like I have pairs. It looks like a little male heavy so far. But I will definitely have pairs, and it looks like mature around the same time too, so should get another generation. I mean, as long as they make it to adulthood. That is the big if there. But I have gotten farther with this species, with this genus, than anyone else has, so I'm hoping I will have success getting adults, and F1 offspring would be really nice. Which, I mean, technically these are F1, because these were laid in captivity, so these are F1 nymphs, and so their offspring would be F2. Even better. Alright. Euthlastoblata species, Miramar. These are found widespread across like more central northern Florida, and I think like Alabama and Georgia as well, like adjacent Alabama and Georgia. But I would like to show off one of these nymphs. They're very, very pretty. I do love the ornately patterned nymphs on these guys. Very cool. Yeah, that's what I thought. Get back here. Okay. These are the contaminated Carablata lutea. Which are still breeding, but just not very well. I definitely think they got some sort of trichoderma infection, so again, working to establish a clean culture of those again, so I can eradicate those infected ones. Alright, then we got Schultesia lampyritiformis, firefly mimic roaches, doing very well in this gallon jar. Which again, these I need to switch to micro mesh as well. It's annoying, this paper towel. Not lining it up, but look how many you got on the side there. So many. And these are my red goblins. Fairly recent addition. They are undergoing a grain mite infestation, but I just dumped in a bunch of predatory mites, so they should be eradicated pretty soon. Hopefully, because I got adults right now, and I would like to get pictures of them, but they got grain mites latched onto them in the hyposis stage, and that's not aesthetically pleasing for photos, so once these predatory mites go through and kill them all, hopefully, including the ones that are latched onto the adults, I can finally get pictures of those. So they're a nice little blatellid from Australia. Australian natives, endemics, actually. And they have pretty good feeder utility as well. And goes back up. On to the next. Next stack. What do we got here? Oh, these are bladder orientalis. These are a pain to open up. They can't climb smooth surfaces, but these surfaces in here are not smooth, so kind of annoying. Alright, I think that's good. Very weak water pressure on this pump right now, but I'll take it because it's not scaring them quite so bad. And that should be good. Gonna have to refill that pump here soon, actually. And that, and it's just dumping dog food. My Lamproblatta albipulpus. These guys are doing really well. Lots of little babies in there. And, yeah, look at that. Look at that. Doing very well. I would like... Kyle has another... Kyle from Roach Crossing has another Lamproblatta species, apparently, and I would like to work with those as well. And hopefully get them ID'd as well. They're the true Theria pedivariana, which I have an adult female and no adult male at the moment, which is stressing me out. There's another couple sub-females, and there's a sub-male in here somewhere, so I will have at least a pair mature at the same time, I'm sure, but it's gonna be a little bit... This female might go unmated, which is kind of sad. But very pretty, very pretty. These little polka dot, petite polka dot roaches, as we're calling them. to avoid mixing up with the domino roaches. They're burned hearty. Yeah, due to my kind of crappy sex to age ratio with these, definitely going to be a slower release on these than I had anticipated. Probably not till next year if I had to guess, but hey, we'll see. Alright. Daropeltis Pollinoi, which I just revamped this enclosure. Switched him to micro mesh and new hides, new substrate, all that good stuff. No pyralis. Beautiful. Beautiful. Love to see it. Yeah, these guys seem to be adjusting to their new digs pretty well. Get back in there. And where's the apple? Here's your Red Delicious. Alright, I'll give them a little bit more dog food than that. Okay, that should be good. Should be good. Fresh bin. Ooh, ooh, ew. A lot of grain mites in here. I'm gonna give them more dog food, but I am going to. Are there not predatory mites in here yet? I thought there were in this setup. Guess not. Well, let me sprinkle some in there real quick. I think. There's still some those desert predatory mites in here, right? Yes. Okay. So this failed book lice enclosure has some, so let's dump some substrate in there. That has a bunch of predatory mites in it. I'll take care of those grain mites. Mites, bane of my existence, I tell ya. I tells ya. Tells you what. Alright. But that should take care of those grain mites here within a few weeks. They work pretty fast, those predatory mites. Alright, these are... I really need to just switch these to micro mesh. My Harlequin roaches. Get back in there. Alright. Dog food. Apple. Done. That's done. And yeah, here. Gyna yellow. No grain mites in here. Weirdly, more pyralis though than the normal white Loretta. Alright. Those are good. Melanozosteria soror. These I'm gonna revamp here pretty soon. And they're doing great. There's just so much pyralis in here. I'm really trying to cut down the pyralis populations. Taking out some of their major respawn points, basically. But look at that. Look at that glob of soror in there. Definitely doing quite well for me. Definitely doing a lot better in this new set up in this 1 gallon. I had them in like a half-gallon tub before, and they weren't doing quite as well. They definitely like a bit more space and definitely a bit more of a humidity gradient as well. I think that's kind of key. I just keep this corner moist and the rest out here is just dry. They definitely like that. And it's harder to keep that going, that gradient going in a smaller bin. It was just either too dry or too wet. But it's perfect in this bin now, so. These giant lobster roaches, these guys, I don't know what they want from me. I had them in an enclosure half this size and they were breeding better, and now that they're in a 1 gallon, they ain't doing nothing. And it's really weird. What in the bird is going on outside my window right now? Do you hear that? Can you hear that? Chittering? There's some birds right outside my window. And they're going crazy. Hey, get out of here. Get! But yeah, anyways, these giant lobsters, I just do not know what they want from me. I really want to get some of those 5-gallon buckets and make some bucket bins and put those in my garage over the summer. I think the giant lobsters and my Madeira roaches would do especially well in those. Maybe some hissers too, honestly. Some of my Portentosa bins. Some of my Portentosa could probably go in those bins. I think the LLE mahoganies would do pretty well in there. Alright, what next? I also kind of want to get pallid roaches, and I would want to keep them in something like that from the get-go. But yeah, Phoida pallida, I feel like I've been seeing a lot of people asking for those, but nobody breeds them anymore. I mean, like a couple people do, but they've fallen out of favor in the feeder hobby, though I definitely see a resurgence in people asking for them. And I've never bred that species. I've never kept them before, but I wouldn't mind breeding them for at least a little bit. Just to say I have at this point. Same with lobster roaches. Again, those I feel like have fallen out of favor as well. But those would be good candidates for 5-gallon bin setups. 5-gallon bucket setups, I should say. And oh, holy pyralis! How many can I squish on this lid before they fly away? Got like, dang, I got like a dozen of them. I hate these so much. I can't wait. One of my friends has parasitic wasps popping up in his collection that eat pyralis, and they kind of eradicated them from his collection for a bit, but then the pyralis did come back, and so have the wasps. And they're only in a few of his bins at the moment, but so I've asked him to collect some of those wasps and send them to me. And he's going to do that. And I'm hoping they will help me greatly in eradicating the pyralis in my collection. Along with manually, you know, I have been manually smashing them when I find them. I put a bunch of glue traps that they get stuck in pretty consistently. That keeps their numbers down. And just revamping older bins that have them in them, and not only eradicating them, but you know, using micromesh ventilation where they can't get into the new bins. Hoping all of that together will help me get rid of the suckers, because I'm done. I am so over the pyralis now. They are really the bane of my existence. So if I could get rid of those and then just be down to only forward flies, I would be happy. Finding forward fly control would be really nice too. which I am hopeful I could possibly have a lead on that, but I don't want to say more on it until I'm sure. But might have something in the works that eats forward flies, but we will see. I need to test them out a little bit more in more bins. Both of those things? Yeah, I did. Yeah, if I can find something that consistently destroys forward flies and get Pyralis out of my collection, like, I would be a very happy camper. Those are definitely the two worst pests I have. Mites at this point, other than Orbit, I need something that gets rid of Orbated mites. People say Ambliceras swirsky, those new predatory mites that have entered the hobby, they say they eat Orbateds. I have my doubts. I guess I need to try them to be sure, but I feel like I ain't seen anything that eats Orbated mites yet. But if I could find something that eats Orbated, so I could get rid of those in enclosures where they've become pesty, and get rid of Fords, get rid of Pyralis. I already have 2 predatory mite species that pretty much wipe out fungus gnats and grain mites in bins. So, if I could get all that going and gone, I would be very happy. That would be all my pests really taken care of. Other than Entomophagous fungus, that still pops up in bins sometimes, and I have to wrestle with that manually. But even that, I have a cure for. The cure sometimes kills them, but it's a fairly simple process, which I am in the process of making a video on. Because I am treating several things that are infected with Entomophagous fungus right now, so I am documenting that process for a video. Okay, we are out of water. Does this bin need more hydration? Honestly, not. Give him more apple. There we go. Marco Badanatha. Done. And that is this road done as well. So, I'm gonna fill up some water real quick. Fill my water jug up because it is empty. Is there anything I can leave you guys with to watch? That won't be a problem. Here, let's Can I, let's lower this. Can I zoom in? There we go. Here you go. Here's some, Armadillidium Vulgar magic potions. Savannah, Georgia magic potion. The OG magic potions. And, there you go. I'm gonna go fill up my water jug. I think grab something to eat real quick, too. And, I'll be back. But here, don't say I didn't leave you with anything entertaining. Oh god, dang it, I forgot. Alright, I'm back. Oops. Oops. Okay. Alrighty. Might as well miss these down while I'm here. Sorry about that. I had to eat. My blood sugar was low, so I had to get a little snack. Down. Even though I've not gotten to those yet, but I will, so might as well do that too. A couple misc stuff here. Mittkoniskis med coffee. I need to get those more leaf litter here. I forgot to buy fish food pellets this shopping trip, which is unfortunate. I'm just gonna give those an algae later. I do have this stuff, which I was using for some isopods that I don't have anymore. So, algae wafer stuff. There's no beta carotene or anything in this, but I figure I might as well get rid of it. So I'm gonna be feeding it to a bunch of isopods. I think isopods like it more than roaches, so. But yeah, just gonna try to feed the rest of that off today and tomorrow and whatever. This weekly maintenance, getting rid of, taking up space. All right. Oops! I just realized the camera is like way off now. Okay, about that. This, maybe even a little higher. Oh, and I turned the light off. Oops. Where's the light? Everything's going wrong. Alright, there we go. Jeez Louise. Oh, you know what? That's the problem. It's zoomed in. That's the problem. Well, now it's too zoomed in. Okay. There we go. You guys saw my gut. My shirtless gut. My pot belly. No six-pack confirmed. Alright, let's get those done. Aernivaga species Ramona, California, which I'm starting to think they're probably just Nalepe, but some small part of me hopes there's something else, something we don't have yet, but we'll see. Here we have Aernivaga Hesperia, California. Really cool, undescribed species. I don't know if that ever will be described, but because it seems like no one's working on Aernivaga at the moment, unfortunately, but who knows? The future holds. Alright, nothing. These are the Aernivaga Apache, the Thing. Apache? The Thing, Arizona. These also desperately need to revamp my Eurycotus Improcera. The normal ones. I really need to just go through and redo this bin. You know what? Maybe I'm just gonna leave these out. I'll probably do that later tonight, depending on if I finish maintenance in a good time, because these pretty urgently need a rehouse, so I'm just gonna not even put these back on the shelf. Leave them on the floor so I know they need dealt with. So yeah, let's do that. Try to revamp those tonight. Even more reason to kind of try to fly through this a little bit faster. Anavaga, Cave Creek Canyon. Anavaga Apache, Cave Creek Canyon. Kind of forgot the species name there for a bit. Alright. That. Got Anavaga Genitalis Waharita, Arizona, which these, I don't know, I feel like there might be cryptic species within Genitalis, because this, these are quite different from, like, the, what are they called? The Butcher's Canyon and the Phoenix Genitalis I've kept in the past. These males have much longer wings and, like, more slender build, less dark pronotums as well. Like, they just don't really look like any of the other Genitalis lines I've kept, so I feel like these might be something undescribed that just currently keys out to Genitalis, which isn't out of the question, but for now, the thing they key out to is Genitalis, so that's what they should be labeled as, but I wouldn't be surprised if the species gets split up into multiple ones in the future. Alright. Anavaga species Mescalaro dunes. These are undescribed for sure. They don't key up to anything. So, pretty cool. We really do need another Heidi Hopkins level assessment of the Anavaga species. Just need someone to go through and, I mean, going through the described species and using phylogenetics to maybe find cryptic species that key out morphologically to certain species but actually are different genetically, and, you know, maybe slight behavioral and maybe slight morphological differences as well, would be very nice. I would like to see someone do that. Go through the described Anavagas and kind of revise the revision using phylogenetics and a larger sample size as well, because we have a lot of new strains that have been identified with locality information, not identified, but that have been brought into culture with locality information, precise locality information, and could be described from those hobby stock specimens as a result of that locality preservation. And several of them are for sure undescribed, so like there's definitely work that needs done, and I think there are probably several cryptic species as well that we have in culture that key out to certain species but are not what they appear to be. So yeah, I would really like to see more work done on Anavaga, and I hope I get to see that work done here eventually. Anyway, these are my Anavaga Sequoia, CF Sequoia from Jackson, California, which should be the only option up there, I would think, especially with this patterning. I haven't seen the female in a bit, and I'm a bit concerned because it was the only female in the group. She is mature. I'm really hoping she's been laying ooze, but I have not seen hide nor hair of her in a couple maintenance rounds, and it's got me shook. So all these other ones are males. Hopefully she's just in the more moist substrate. Well, who knows? I don't see her. And every time I did see her, she didn't look very plump, which was also concerning. Although that could have just meant she just laid ooze every time I looked at her, so that would be... Okay. Oh, is that her? No. What's wrong? Weird. All the other nymphs seem fine, but they're all males except for that one. That adult female that was in here. Well, I mean, I don't see her body either, so... Hopefully she's still in there. And there's one of them there nymphs. Where's the freaking camera? There you go. Very highly speckled Urnavaga. Well, hopefully she's still in here. I just don't see her right now. Let's get that dog food back there. Is that her? Yeah, there she is. There she is. She's a little plumper than the last time I saw her, too, so hey, maybe she is making eggs. Okay. Alright, she's still here. She's still here. Nice. Well, hopefully you get to egg making here. Uslang. I would assume she's probably... If she's been alive this long, I'm assuming she's probably laid at least an ooth or two. So that's good. Okay. Phew. A little worried there for a second. Alright. Well, you got Darapeltis species small. RSA. These have matured. These are the ones I got from Kyle. Got back from Kyle. I sent him some, and then he sent me them back because my previous culture crashed due to entomophagus fungus, although it looks like I have cured the remaining individuals from that colony, and it looks like I have pairs of those now too, so it looks like I might have two colonies of this species going here pretty soon, which is pretty funny. Both from the same, like, exact stock from me, so, yeah. We will, let's see, but this has nothing in it. Just a placeholder bin right now. Okay. My Fireness Maisie, my poor Fireness Maisie female. I have no males for her. If anyone has males of this species and would like to trade me one, let me know. I am open to offers. Alright. This. Alright. And Alternatulata. Nice, easy species. Seem to like high humidity and high airflow. And I'm probably going to move these to a gallon jar soon because I don't like this. What is happening right now. Which would be prevented more easily in one of those gallon jars with a smaller opening and something that doesn't have ventilation holes around here. Would be nice. Alright. Because even if I put silicone oil around the rim of this, like, those holes give them something to grab onto. So, that's the problem there. Alright, now we're on to the isopods of this shelf. Which we already did these. Armadillidium vulgar. And we have the Amber Firefly LCFs, which these I need to revamp their setup. Their substrate has been thoroughly cakeified. It is no longer loose. They don't really seem to care what the substrate is, but they don't seem to like it when it's just a solid mat. Because they actually do seem to burrow a little bit, although there's still plenty of them in here. But I do need to redo this setup, so I'll do that soon. Meshify it while I'm at it. Actually, I have a empty, because I just got rid of my Lloydes osculans. So I already have a shoebox that is meshed up, although... Yeah, probably too much mesh in this one, though. For a lot of the Cubaris, I like giving them just one mesh window on the front, and then one side with mesh, and then the lid. Because if I do both sides, it tends to be too much ventilation, and then they don't like that. These are my Cubaris species rubber ducky, lemon ducky, from Kyle at Roach Crossing. Show off this one. Very, very yellowy, very pale rubber duckies. Super cool. Love these guys, super cute. And I'm hoping they'll breed well for me. If I even have pairs. Hope I do. Let's moisten that, moisten that. There you go, there's a dog food. Oh, why am I feeding them dog food? I wanted to give all the isopods the freaking wafers today. That's the whole point. The whole point of me bringing those out. Celio Hoffmannsegii, Whiteout, which are currently battling. I thought they had beat it, and then it seemed to have made a resurgence of the Rickettsiella disease. I mean, there's still a good amount of them in here, but they have been having some die-offs, I believe, due to that Rickettsiella. So that is unfortunate. But, yeah, good old Whiteout Hoffmannsegii. Still some pairs in here, still some smaller individuals too, so hopefully they will rebound and start breeding again. Certainly have a good amount of ventilation on them, so yeah. These my precious Porcelios succinctus. Love these guys. Super cool. I don't know why the phone's not focusing. Ah, there we go. Very nice. Nice Spanish Porcelio, and these guys seem to be less picky than the Expanses. Like, I've had them going in a 1-gallon bin pretty consistently, and they breed pretty consistently when they're not infected with Rickettsiella. Versus the Expanses, not so much. They don't really do well in smaller bins for me. So yeah, these Succinctus, I mean, compared to Expanses, I feel like Succinctus are easier, and yet Succinctus are still like a lot rarer in the hobby than Expanses, so kind of odd. I mean, they're in pretty good demand, Succinctus, you know, a comparable amount of demand to Expanses. These are my Spherillo species Dream Crystal colony, which are slowly growing in number. These are like way less prolific than the wild types, which is weird. It's the same stock, same exact stock. These were isolated from the exact wild type stock that I have. Yet, for some reason, they breed far less prolifically, seem to have a lot more issues getting established. But yeah, it's like an albino form of that species. Very pale. Very cool. But I think they're doing better. I've moved them to a warmer shelf. I feel like maybe they just want a little bit more heat for some reason. So here's hoping. Here's hoping they will actually reproduce more. I would like to get a good colony of these established. These are still pretty uncommon. I don't really know anyone that has a good, solid colony of these going at the moment. I have not seen them for sale in a very long time. So, I don't know how many people still have this morph. So, really hoping... I know the original isolator of it, Brandon Maines, he lost his, so I am... Oh, God, I gave him dog food. Oh, darn it. Here, you know, you get dog food and a wafer. There you go. I give... Oh my goodness. Anyways, hopefully those pop off now that I'm keeping them warmer. We will see. The other dreams breed just fine at room temperature, but hey, who knows? But it would be nice to get them breeding well and get some out there on the market, because they are not being circulated in the hobby much at all. Kind of on the brink. Alright. Two, maybe three. These Porcelia Hoffman Segii Orange have finally started to overcome their Rickettsilia infection. To a pretty good degree. I'm seeing lots of babies in here at the moment. So, that's always good. A good sign. So I think these guys will be right as rain here in this next generation. Love to see it. Yeah, look at all those babies. So many babies. Perfect. So yeah, I think these guys are well and properly cured of their Rickettsilia outbreak. The whiteouts though, not so much. They're still struggling. Might be that the whiteouts need more ventilation, honestly, because these guys do have more ventilation. I might move the whiteouts to something else. It's a bit more, has more ventilation. What are these? Oh, Porcelia silvestri. I just revamped this bin. These guys got moved out of their old shoebox into this mesh ventilated one with fresh substrate and new leaf litter. And I'm already seeing some new babies in here in the substrate, so that's good. Seems they are adjusting well to the rehouse. Which is good. They were kind of on the down and down in their old setup. I think they just kind of, conditions got a little too expired, too grody in there. And also I think the ventilation was suboptimal. And now it's optimal. So it should be good to go. Alright. And these are my yellow Armadillidium maculatum. Let's get these wafers. These guys need some new leaf litter as well. Almost. Alright. Yeah. Gotta top these off with leaf litter here pretty soon. They've eaten most of theirs. We're starting to eat the egg crate. Alright. got Porcelio Werneri. Give them a wafer. And these are the Cubar species Opal. I'll give them one wafer as well. Old dog food. These guys are a little odd. I'm not sure what they want. They're like breeding, but very sporadically, and it seems to just be a self-sustaining population at the moment, which is better than a failing population, but I'm not 100% sure what humidity they want, but I've been told they like it a bit drier, so I am letting them dry out a little bit more now, and we'll see how that does for them. And then Porcelio Bolivari, my precious. Precious Bolivari. There you go. 4 pellets. That should be good. That, like this. And there we go. Nice. Alright, next show. Okay, I'm gonna wash my hands real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, I generally like washing my hands after I do like isopod maintenance, or if it's a bin that I'm worried there might be some contaminants in, or if just my hands feel icky. But especially after isopods like I just did right there, because I don't bother to sterilize the isopods materials anymore like I do for insects. So I don't want any potential pathogens on my hands from, you know, rooting around in the isopod's leaf litter, for example, to then stay on my hands, and then if I'm fiddling around in a roach enclosure, if some spores of Entomophagus fungus or whatever get in there, that's no bueno. Don't want that cross-contamination, so I wash my hands pretty frequently while doing maintenance, but especially after doing isopod maintenance. Okay. Wait, hold on. I'm seeing a message from King Camping here. No chance. The live chat may be frozen again. Is it? Because I keep checking it, and it's not. Oh no, don't stop the stream. That's weird. Live chat. Oh my gosh. I had it set to top chat instead of live chat, so I wasn't seeing anything. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you guys have been chatting. I thought no one was talking. I thought no one was saying anything for the longest time. Oh my gosh. What in the world? Top chat. How does it even rank top chat? It's not like you can like. I mean, maybe you can. I haven't seen any like features for comments. That's. Oh my goodness. Thanks for the heads up, King Campy. I'm sorry I didn't see that until right now. Why was it set to top chat? That's so dumb. Oh my goodness. Alright, hold on. Let me move the camera. Jeez Louise. Hold on. Alright, let me try to catch up on chat here. Well, thanks everyone for commenting. I'm sorry I haven't been answering anything because I didn't see any of the chats. I haven't seen anything since apparently I suck at keeping expanses like a couple hours ago by King Camping. Maybe I need some of those microaches you have there to make mine healthier for the expanses. Hey, maybe. Who knows? They could be eating their frass, maybe. If you got Simondoa conservariums, I don't know if you saw, but I did take care of those today. Yes, I do have them. Hello, Tennyson. Hi. Hello, Phasmid Farm. Hello, Isopodacy. Started seeing adults in my bin about 2 weeks ago. They're one of my favorites. Not sure what that's a reference to because I'm so late. Gotta get some of these from you if they ever become available. Really unique genus of pods. Probably talking about Hemilepistus. Yeah, hopefully. I eventually have them available. Fingers crossed. Poking that many holes may push me over the edge. Yeah, tell me about it. All that advice on the moisture gradient for the expanses. I did move them to the coolest part of the room. They've been about 68, 71 lately. Good. Hopefully they do better for you. Hey, Paul. Hey, Bugs Cave. Any roaches which are carnivorous? Not really. There are some that are more cannibalistic than others, but I mean, there are videos of like Paraplaneta attacking and eating other insects, but I think that's less so them being like carnivores and more just very opportunistic and protein hungry. Mantids are kind of just carnivorous roaches if you think about it, so I mean, there's that. If I manually poking holes works better than 3D printed vents that so many people use. I have not tried the 3D printed vents because I don't have a drill bit. I don't have a drill. And so I don't have a drill bit that I can drill holes with. I really should get one. If anything, just will make putting in my mesh easier. But I do think I don't like the poking holes method anymore because too many random things can get in and out. Certain pests and stuff. So I'm much preferring using micro mesh. And that's what I'm switching over all my enclosures to, slowly. Have photos of a hissermite carrying a tropical pink springtail around in its mouth. Yeah, the hissermites are pretty carnivorous. They eat anything that lands on their hissers, basically. So they eat other pest mites, which is good. But they will also eat springtails if they wander onto the hisser. Sexual dimorphism in Bifusca is the same in my colony. Mine were from a friend who got his from Kyle a long while ago. Hey, okay. We're gonna have to confront Kyle about this because that's the same with mine. Except mine. Okay, but the thing is, mine aren't just sexually dimorphic. Like Kyle's are kind of sexually dimorphic. His females are darker, but mine are like my females are like literally like B. cranifer black. Like they're black winged completely. I'll be posting pictures of them probably in Kyle's server on Discord. But so they're weird. I don't know what's going on with those. Let me know when you want a box of rot wood to fluff up your substrate for your more sensitive species. Will do. Will do. Got a stream for once. How about that? Hey, it's Sassy Sarah. Thanks for joining. Hey, Becca. Hey, I'm totally not watching at work, lol. Hey, Becca. How you doing? You're probably off work by now by the time I got to the freaking chat. If you go to your stores at 7 to 9 a.m., you'll find sometimes offer discount bags of oranges. How good to know. Yeah, they're probably throwing out their produce. I should take advantage of that more. 100% on Red Delicious being garbage tier. You won't catch me trying to change your mind on that one. Yeah, they are disgusting. Gross apples. Trash tier apples. Let me put some Erna Vaga on screen so you guys aren't just bored at me reading chat. They're bugs. Can roaches hold sperm from previous matings? Yes, they can. They can. What is this, an invert dude live stream that isn't in the butt end of night? I know, crazy, right? Did TJ die? My family streaming in the middle of the day. TJ has died. We're auctioning off his bugs on live stream. Should be breedable after next molt. No idea what that's in reference to, Alan. I'm sorry. Communal's a must for me. Oh, that must have been when I was talking about the tailless whip scorpions. My Maisie should be breedable after next molt? Probably. It's pretty big. Live chat did... Oh, did TJ die? No, his live chat didn't. He didn't notice. Stop by to say hello. Hey, Frank. How's it going? Search for Gin Jelly continues. Hey, Tybrilo. Don't know what that is. Lots of moths. Bird fight outside? Yeah, the birds are fucking screaming. Pyralis swarm is insane. Yes. BTI. No, I've tried using that BTI stuff for the forward flies, and it's not effective, unfortunately. When I get a tailless whip scorpion, finally done. So I feel like the camera's a little too high. I'm gonna keep going back and forth on this. Right, finally done mounting a bunch of specimens. Beautiful. Wow, that's pretty pie. TJ's forsaken us plebs in live chat. Some TJ smoke signal in the sky about live chat and he saw it. Mission accomplished. Yes, thank you, King Campy. And again, alright, I'm caught up to chat now. Whew. I don't know how that got messed up. But I appreciate you letting me know, King Campy. Alright, what do we got here? Navaga 10X Socorro, Texas. TJ has remembered chat exists. I did. What form of BTI did I use? I used the mosquito bits as well. You got liquid concentrate. That stuff works great. Interesting. Maybe I'll try the liquid stuff. It's a lot more expensive than the bits, though. But yeah, I did try the bits, and they didn't work. I tried the bits, and I also tried, like, soaking the bits in water and then using that water to spray stuff down with. And it still didn't work. The problem is, I think even the liquid stuff is only very useful in enclosures that are consistently moist, because the bacteria spreads through water. So in the moist substrate, it'll spread through the water in the substrate. But in more semi-arid enclosures, which I have a lot of, that bacteria is only really staying in the moist part of the substrate. And so the dry substrate, where there may still be dead bodies and stuff for the forwards to eat, will go uncontaminated, and they will just keep breeding. So, and I have so much stuff that's like half and half in terms of humidity gradient, so I don't think the BTI will be particularly effective for me, personally. But, yeah. Honestly, the Pyralis are pissing me off lately more than the forward flies, though, I gotta admit. Alright, that's way too much. There's one cricket in here. One cricket, one Grylus, I forget the name, Saxatilis, I think, is what I think it is. I found it here in Idaho, but it's like she's very glossy. Found it like on the side of a scramble, basically. Basically a little talus rock field, mostly lava rock, out in scrubland habitat, pretty far away from like people, so I don't think it's like the Grylus velidus that are pretty common in neighborhoods here. And she's a lot glossier and with shorter wings than the Grylus velidus that are dominant in this area. But she's being really chill right now. Weirdly chill. But she laid a bunch of eggs already. So I am hoping to have a bunch of little babies of these. Oh, no. She stopped being chill as soon as I touched her. And she jumped back into... Did you see that? She jumped onto the carpet and then up and into her enclosure. That's crazy. Went right back in there. I didn't even have to catch her. That's crazy. Alright, well. There, she knows her place. She knows where it's safe. But yeah, I just found this one female. I assume she's mated. There were a lot of males chirping. A lot of grylers chirping in that field. During the daytime, too. So, I would assume she's already mated, and I would assume these eggs will start hatching pretty soon. So, a new grylus for me. I can see why they would be hated more. Pyralis destroy substrate, create problems for the critters. Fours are a pain in the butt to get rid of. Yeah, they're both horrible. Pyralis, yeah, they just turn everything into a solid brick of silk, and I hate it. And I think they're vectors for entomophagus fungus, because I feel like some of the bins they pop up in that were fine randomly had entomophagus fungus problems, and I feel like they are vectors for it, maybe. I'm not sure. It could be forward flies, too, I mean. I don't know. They're both insects. Or it could just be me being paranoid, but I don't like them. I don't like those Pyralis. And there's just so many, they're so much more noticeable, too. It gets so bad sometimes that I will walk into my room in the middle of the night, turn the light on, and it's like a cloud of the things just flying around, and like you can hear them, man. Like you can hear them. That's how many there are flying around at night. It's not good. It's not good. I just put up new glue traps the other day, and like half of them are already like filled to where you can't see the trap anymore. It's just moss. So it's bad. I really need Brandon to send me those parasitic wasps. Those, and yeah, and then I just need to be more diligent about eradicating them, and then hopefully I can get rid of them. That is the goal by the end of the year, to have significantly decimated my Pyralis moth populations. Hopefully. Alright, let's see more in chat. Didn't know she was chill like that. Yeah, right? Get a bunch of sundews? Nah, not efficient enough. Also, I struggle with carnivorous plants in general here because I live in such an arid area that they don't do well unless they are in terraria. Like even the Cape sundews, if I just have those out exposed to the elements of my household, they just die. They shrivel up and die. It's too dry here. Way too dry. So all carnivorous plants I've ever kept alive long term here have had to be in containers with limited ventilation, because they just shrivel up and die here. I can't keep ferns alive to save my life here either, because again, just no humidity. It sucks. It sucks, especially since carnivorous plants and ferns are my two favorite types of plants. But I am chained, bound to this hellish landscape that is southern Idaho. It sucks. It sucks. The humidity is non-existent. So. Alright. These are Uricotis species. Uricotis CF Bioelli, Monteverde, Costa Rica. These guys, I think I had a couple of them mature already from Mason. Where's one of the... That one's really dark. Where's one of the nice red females in here? Oh my goodness. Come on. I want to show one of these off because they're really pretty. Really pretty species. You son of a gun. Get out of here. Get out of here. There we go. There we go. Wow, that looks black in this lighting. What the heck? Never mind. They're very red in real life, but this ring light, it kind of kills reds. I don't know. There's different light settings though. You see. This one. Yeah. Hold on. No, that's worse. Nah, you're not getting that. Well, just trust me when I say they're very red in person. Very red in person. But in that lighting, they just look black. That is unfortunate. I don't think I've gotten pictures of that species yet either. Have I? Do I have pictures on my website of those? Maybe. They're very red, though. Tagalablata casason. Tiny little roaches. I mean, those are mostly babies, but weird little roaches from the Philippines. Well, this stock's from Japan, but this species was originally described from the Philippines, but now their range has been, their known range has been expanded to Japan. Just revamped these the other week. My Pseudomops septentrionalis from San Antonio, Texas. These guys had these going. This strain has been in culture since 2016. Very nice Pseudomops line. Pretty hardy. But yeah, this colony was getting pretty grody in their old bin, so I redid it, and they seem to be adjusting nicely. Lots of adults in here. Should have lots of babies, I assume. Pretty soon. That revamped setup. Alright, we got here. Another reject. Andromeda male. And then these are my, well, Hermetica strumosa, but also a ton of Tagalablata casason. Hold on, I need to look at that. Well, the thing I was hoping would eat, well, and there's a lot of them. So, okay, so the thing that I'm hoping would take care of forward flies, right, is these little, I don't know if you can see them skittering around in there. There's one right there. These little rove beetles have popped up in this Hermetica strumosa bin. You can see a lot of them in there. And there's a bunch of them in this substrate right around where all these forward fly maggots are eating a dead strumosa. There are still forward fly maggots eating the strumosa, so I don't know how effective the rove beetles are, but I'm pretty, I don't think there's fungus gnats in this bin. The only thing for them to be eating would be forward flies, so that's what I'm hoping they're eating. But, I mean, there's still a lot of forward maggots. There's a lot of rove beetles, but there's also a lot of forward maggots, so it's like, I don't know how well, if they are eating forward maggots, you know, they're not eating a lot of them. Maybe they're just sharing the corpse. That would be incredibly useless if they're doing that. I really hope that's not what they're doing. I hope they're eating the maggots. So I'm just going to throw that back in there. I want them to be eating the maggots. I really would love a rove beetle that ate forward flies. Would be really nice. No, there's no springtails in here. I just set this bin up recently. I never added... well, I revamped this bin recently. Refresh the substrate, and I didn't add any springtails, and there are still no springtails in here, so I don't think they would be eating them. And they're definitely not eating the Tagalablata casason, that's for sure, because there's way too many of those. And rove beetles kind of suck at catching roaches in general. A lot of rove beetles eat maggots. That's a very common food stuff for a lot of rove beetle species, and I was hoping that these would be eating forward flies. So I don't know. They might just be so small that they can only eat like immature forward flies, immature forward maggots, and they grow so fast. So once they get to a certain size, they might not be edible to them anymore. But interesting. I mean, I'm keeping an eye out. I basically what I did was I took a bunch of these rove beetles though from this setup, which I don't know how they got in here. They literally had to have like flown in from outside while I had the window open and just happened to get in this bin. This is the only bin I've seen them in so far. But I took a bunch of them and I threw them in one of my Princessia bins that consistently has a pretty high forward fly population. And I'm just waiting to see if they lower. If suddenly the amount of forward flies in there is like significantly lessened, and there's a ton of the rove beetles, I would assume that they are eating the forward maggots. So that's kind of my litmus test there. This bin doesn't really have much in the way of forwards to begin with because there's not much. That's the first body that's been in there in a while. Because Hermetica are pretty long-lived, and there's not a ton of them in here. And they've been eating most of their food, so there's not really been anything for forwards to eat a lot of. So basically, there's not a ton of forwards in here to begin with. Which is hard to tell. Is that because the rove beetles are doing a good job, or is it because they are the other reasons I mentioned? So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But I'm keeping my eye out on that. And if these end up being forward fly specialists, and at the very least, like help manage forward fly populations, it could be very useful. So. And again, there's a ton of Tagaloblatta caseacean in here, and they're not touching them. So even the smallest of roaches, they don't bother. So I would hope that they're fly specialists. So yeah, we'll see. But I'm keeping my eye out on that. That would be very exciting. You could use a prolific isopod to outcompete the forward flies. Nah, no, that wouldn't work. Wouldn't work. I have bins that have like Trichorhina tomentosa in them, and you still get forward flies. They find and eat the stuff faster than the isopods do, and their generational overtime. Not overtime. What am I thinking of? Not overlapping. They're turnaround. The generational turnaround for forward flies is like 2 days, like 2 or 3 days. They go from egg to like adult in like a few days. Impossibly fast, so isopods can't do anything against that. That's the problem. You try eating them yourself so you get more protein in your diet. I'm gonna pass on that. That's really gross. Forward maggots, God. I don't think you could pay me to eat maggots, let alone forward maggots specifically. Ugh. Egg to adult for most species is around 7 to 9 days. Yeah. Yeah. So very fast. Very fast. And they're prolific as heck too. So they're just not they are in a way like the best cleanup crew because the most efficient cleanup crew. Nothing else competes with them in terms of voraciousness, prolificness, and generational turnaround. So as such, most cleaner crews are pretty ineffective, especially against. I think I have Megascleria. I don't know the name. I don't have it memorized. It's the most common cosmopolitan forward fly species, is what I think I have. Because they don't just eat dead bodies. They eat literally anything. Fruit, when it gets rotten, sure. Dog food that's a little moist, sure. They'll eat literally anything. They are not dead body specialists. So as such, they eat like all leftover foods. So it's not like keeping body counts low really helps with that. If there's any food for them to eat, they will eat it and they'll breed. So it's not quite as simple as you would hope to eradicate them. Which is why I scoff, I laugh at those who bemoan Get back here. Okay. This Hemithar Vittata male is being difficult. Get back in there. Alright. Got him. Got him. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I laugh at those who bemoan fungus gnat infestations now, because it's like, dude, I miss the days when fungus gnats were my biggest pest. I miss them. They are so much less of a pain than forward flies. Forward flies just, they make fungus gnats look like a joke. Because at least fungus gnats don't like bother inverts either. Like, they really don't. I've never had fungus gnats cause issues other than personal annoyance. But forward flies stress stuff out when they get numerous enough. So, I just, I really hate forward flies. Make sure they're also using forensic entomology as well. Yeah, I can imagine. Alright, let's see here. Forward flies when he's getting my gecko's diet. Yeah. Delete that stuff. Delete anything. Literally anything. I think I saw reports of like the most cosmopolitan, like common forward fly species. It was like found eating like paint. I think paint that was left out, something like that. You can go on Bug Guide. It mentions like some of those weird facts about them, which that's insane. Literally eating and thriving off of paint. That's just too extra. That's too extra. Yeah, look at those Paratemnoides nidificator. I don't know why I got a country accent all of a sudden. The communal slender pseudoscorpions. Really do like these guys a lot. Why are they all on the lid though? I don't like that. I just want them all in one spot so I can dump them off. There we go. These guys have been doing so well. They've been just absolutely destroying the roaches that I throw in there for them. The micro roaches. There's so many Paratemnoides in there now. I really do like these guys a lot. They're the most communal of the pseudoscorpion species that I've ever kept. What are these? My Neoblatella. Are there even any? Oh yeah, there's a bunch. Neoblatella detersa. I think it's a little too dry in there. They're all in the lower layers. Did I not miss these last week? It's weird. Never a good time to see a bunch of maggots crawling in and out of your animal's food while you're trying to clean. Yeah. It's not good. Not a pretty sight. This is a multi-project bin. So this was my old Compsodes bin until I realized there's really no point in trying to culture them on by themselves because they just do better with hissers. So I threw some hissers in here actually. This is my hybrid project. You just saw the female was a Grumphorhina portentosa Massawala female that I crossed to a male, not Andromeda, which he's still in here. Ow. This guy. So, Princessia to Grumphorhina cross. And I feel like the offspring of these, because Massawala are very pretty portentosa lines, so I feel like them crossed to these We'll make something cool and stripy. And they did breed. She did produce offspring, so there's those Hyzernymphs in here. There's also still a lot of Compsodies. Somehow Phytobius diaprinus got in here, as well as Pyralis, though they're in the minority. And there's like 5 house centipedes in here now. So I had the one house centipede that I had for a while, just chilling in here by its lonesome, but then Behigager found someone that was able to collect more house centipedes, and they sent them along to me, so now I'm hoping I can get a breeding project going. There's a couple of them. They seem to get along, as long as they have enough food. And at this point, they've been eating the Compsodies so well that I might actually have to. Well, I'm hoping they'll eat the Alphidobius too. But I might have to like start dumping micro roaches in here. I think to supplement the diet of the centipedes, especially if they start breeding, which is the goal. But yeah, I do love me some house centipedes, so I really hope they breed. Those house centipedes can take some good-sized roaches. That's good to know. That's good to know. I always assume that they're so, like, dainty, you know? But, well then, hopefully they'll eat the Alphidobius, and hopefully they will eat, yeah, I might just start dumping in, like, Tagalablada and Compsodies in with them. More Compsodies than is already in here. And if they eat some of the hissers, I don't care. It's Portentosida Princess, yeah, they're gonna be prolific as hell. And this probably won't be their permanent bin for the hissers. Again, with these, I will probably just pick the best looking adults and move them to their own bin and then feed off the others, but I mean, it's gonna depend. I don't even know if this cross is gonna be anything worth keeping. But I just wanted to try it out, so to see if it makes anything especially pretty. Fruit. And they have dog food, yes. Put a little bit more in there. But yeah, gonna hope those the very old individuals I've seen were eating late Instar American roaches. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy big. All right, that's good to know. They might eat some of the Hyzernymphs. Again, that's fine though. Good to know. Aranavaga, species Amboy, California, which this is potentially a mix of 2 species. I've seen one species that I don't know what it is yet, and one that is definitely investigata from this group. I've been separating them out as adults, and the one that I don't know what the species is was one of them was an adult female when it was collected for me, and it's been laying ooths in its own. I moved it to its own enclosure, and some of those ooths have started hatching, I believe. So I did successfully get offspring from one of these species. But we'll see if any of the males in there are going to be investigata. That would be nice because I have an adult female that's all by her lonesome, and she matured in my care, so she has not been mated. Also, I found babies in my Aranavaga investigata Borrego Springs colony, which I could have. I thought all those ooths were duds. They all looked like duds. The females died, you know, not too long ago. It seemed like they never were mated. I think the male that was in with them, I thought the male that was in with them, which was confirmed to be investigated by Alan, thought it was a different species. And so that they were just virgin females of another species that was found sympatrically with them. And I just kind of assumed that project was a loss, but I just found babies in there, which is kind of crazy because half the ooze like molded over. So I don't know what was going on with that, but kind of weird. I'll take the W, but I don't know if it's only one ooth that hatched, though. I don't know if it's a case of like weird emergency parthenogenesis and that I was right and there was two different species of Arenovaga, or if it was just if it's only one ooth, I might not be able to sync up pairs properly. You know, it's still very much in the air with those, but I mean, it's not a straight up loss like I thought it was. So I'll take that, I guess. Weirdness. So my Lucy Hermetica Grossi. These guys, I don't know what they want from me either. They're not breeding. They get to adulthood, no problem, and then they just don't really breed at all, and I don't know what to do. It's weird because both of my other Lucy Hermetica species, the Subcincta and Varicosa, both strains of Varicosa I have, breeding for me, no problem. No problem, doing just fine. These guys, it's weird, I don't know what they want from me. Maddening. But, oh well. Oh well. I think they might just want it a little drier. I'm starting to think these and like, these might be more like Hermetica strumosa, and that they want humid but not very wet conditions. Whereas the other Lucy Hermetica don't really seem to care. So I might just need to dry them out a little bit more. So no spraying for them today. Just let them dry out a bit. This like this. I always tell people not to kill them when they see them. They kill some very large and annoying house pests and won't bother you a bit. Yeah, house centipedes. Very cool. Lucy Hermetica love wooden leaves. Maybe that would work. I've tried doing that with Grossi, and it didn't ever seem to improve my chances. The most success I've had keeping them was just on straight cocoa fiber. And again, none of my other Lucy Hermetica have any wood or leaves either, and they're breeding just fine, so you wouldn't think that Grossi would need that. And I'm pretty sure I talked to some European breeders that just keep theirs on coir or sphagnum peat with just like a piece of cork bark, and then they breed just fine. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This was the, I forgot to show this. This is the Amboy, the one female that I isolated. But yeah, you can see there's itty bitty baby. They have red. Well, this one female that was already mated in Gravi when I caught her. But I'm interested to see what species it'll be once the offspring mature out. Oh, look, she's laying another ooze. Look at her. Look at her go. Yeah, this is definitely not Investigata. I don't know what species it is, but not Investigata. I have a feeling it's something we don't have in culture yet. Just doesn't look like anything that we have yet. So, pretty interesting. But she is pumping out eggs, and those eggs are hatching already, so already should have an established colony of this species just from that. So my Darapelta species Sava West Oos, I've just been kind of pulling them out when I see them. Just because they seem to want a little bit more humidity than the adults like. So I've just been isolating them to their own cup. These are Chellifer canceroides, Chellifer CF canceroides from Utah, Toole, Utah. Which I saw females on eggs, not like maybe like a month ago, and then I haven't seen them since. I haven't seen any of the adults since, and I don't know what's going on. They have a bunch of springtails in there. They have a lot of food, but I ain't seeing any. Any pseudoscorpions in here. So I'm not sure. I just don't know what went wrong. No clue. I hope there's still some in there and that they're just like resting or whatever. But the springtails haven't been going down in numbers in a while, which is slightly concerning. Alright. Okay, there's only one on the lid right now. Let's see if I can be quick about this. So my Rocha, CF Rocha in a Mete from Peru. Let's get these fed and watered up. These have been growing at a far more staggered rate than the Bilunata. There are some, I think there are still some L2s in here, and there are also L4s. So, very varied growth compared to the Bilunata, which up until L6 were basically like molting in sync. Now there's a little bit more of a staggered rate. Oh god, they're all over my hand now. Much more of a staggered rate with the Bilunata, just between L5 and L6. But these guys, I mean, again, you got anywhere from L2 to L4 in here right now, which is kind of crazy. So, and honestly, a little bit worrying, just in terms of getting pairs to sync up. I hope it's not that males of this species, for some reason, grow faster than females or whatever. Something like that. That would be pretty annoying if that's the case. Just get in there. So I'm just hoping that they're just weird, and that some are growing faster than others, and that it has nothing to do with the sexes, and that I'll still have pairs. But even if that is the case, though, if that second ooze I have that is for sure Mede ends up being the same species as this, then it won't matter either way, because I'll have enough to, and they'll be staggered enough to where I'll definitely have pairs. But yeah, so far so good. I mean, at least these guys, unlike the Bilunata, I've had like little to no die-off with them whatsoever. Like, I got the care pretty dialed in after trial and erroring it with the Bilunata. So, because I lost like maybe half of them in first and second instar with the Bilunata before I fully figured out their moisture requirements. But these guys, I don't think I've lost any, so that's pretty good. No fruit for these. Aranavaga Apache DOT rest area. The only reason these have a 1-gallon bin is because I had 2 colonies of this species because they were... Alan sent them to me labeled as DOT, Aranavaga species DOT, rest area, dark. And Kyle sent them to me as Aranavaga species Amato, dark. And I was not made aware that that was the same locality. That DOT rest area is in Amato, and that they meant the same. But Alan labeled his more specifically. Kyle just labeled them as a general area. So I thought it was 2 different species for the longest time, and I was like, "Oh, these look really similar. It's kind of weird." And then finally, Alan like noticed my labeling, and he's like, "Yeah, those are the same. That's the same exact stock. Same exact stock. Not just the same locality, exact stock." So then I just merged those 2 colonies into one big bin because I didn't feel like sifting through the substrate of one and just throwing it in the other. I was like, let me just dump both of these into one bigger bin. So yeah, that was pretty funny. Kyle got real good with that one. Yeah. Got me real good, yeah. How do you find Aranavaga females in the wild? Fisting rodent burrows. You could lay oat trails out at night. They might come to them. Under... You can find them under debris, at the base of shrubs and stuff. Like sprinkler boxes out in the desert, if there are any. You can check those as well, and they might be in there. So, Aranavaga boleana you can find in like the dusty layer of dust underneath houses, like in the crawl spaces of houses in Texas. So, yeah. I mean, nymphs and females are going to be found in the same place. So, yeah. And males, too, usually. But more often than not, wherever you're finding nymphs, you're going to be able to find adult females as well, and vice versa. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, which there's still a few very specific. Only know the area males are in due to them swarming the donut shop. Like, yeah, you're just gonna want to check like rodent burrows and like under accumulations of debris at the base of shrubs and grasses and stuff in suitable arid desert habitat. Yeah, there's a couple species that I still really want of Aranavaga from the southwest, namely Aranavaga darwini. I would love darwini, and Aranavaga ricey too from southern Texas. Those would be really cool. But yeah, both of those have very like weird looking males, so very unique. Hard to confuse them with anything else. And female darwini look pretty weird too. I don't know. I don't think we know what female Aranavaga ricey look like, but female Aranavaga darwini, they look like really flattened Aranavaga investigata females, basically. So flattened and like hairier. So really cool. I would love either of those species. I'd also love to try Eremoblada again. Oh gosh, darn it. Oh well. Yeah, Eremoblada would be really cool to try again. This is my Euchordea aina colony here. Formerly misidentified as Euchordea forceps, but forceps are restricted to Malaysia, and these were found in Vietnam. So they are in fact aina. which is a very similar looking species to forceps, but they're just some minute patterning differences, and the range is pretty different as well. Alright, so there's that. We have here Capucina patula. These guys got me a little anxious in terms of them not having bred for a while. Hey, Luca! How's it going? Why is my phone constantly sending me notifications about the charger? Stop. But yeah, so these Capucina patula, I'm a little concerned with the lack of babies since I moved them to their new setup. There's a good amount of adults in here, but it seems like most of them are males. And so yeah, just getting a little worried. But I'm hoping they'll pull through. I just think they really did not like the change in humidity and ventilation. But I have made adjustments, and I think I have it to their liking now. I'm pretty sure I got it nailed down. The ventilation levels, at least, are similar to what they used to be. So I'm hoping and praying that they will pull through and start reproducing again here soon. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Because I was really only able to send these out to like 1 or 2 people here stateside, so these just did not breed as well for me as Schizopilia did. But I do think I'll be fine. It looks like there's a couple females in here that look kind of plump now, so fingers crossed that they will do something. There's a Pyralis I'm trying to get out of here. Get out. I don't want you here. Come on. Its wings are messed up too, so it's like it can't even fly out. There we go. Yeah. Alright, there you go. Your isopod food now. There are Armadillidium vulgar in here as well, specifically some Dalmatian ones from a Walmart that I used to work at. Well, I don't see any of them in here, but I put a bunch in here, so I'm hoping those survived. Yeah, look at these guys, though. Super cool velvety bark roaches. They really like biting each other's wings, which is kind of weird. It's almost like a eublabrous thing. They really like nipping the wings. How was this laid before? Come on. Don't. I moved the bark one time, and then now it just doesn't want to go back to what it was. Alright. There we go. Yeah, I think I got the ventilation fixed in this and set up. There's just a little bit too much before. There was a lot in the lid, so I gave them a lid with no ventilation. And it's just these 2 ports here and here, which is pretty much similar to the ventilation that they used to have in their old bin. And I'm just decreasing the moisture as well. Because what I did at first was I didn't change the ventilation. I just was like, oh, there's too much ventilation? Okay, I'll keep them more moist. And that'll even out the air humidity. And I don't think it did. I think they just didn't like that. that extra moisture. So now I'm just going back to only keeping the back area moist, letting the rest dry out, and keeping them more minimally ventilated. Or moderately ventilated, I would say. And then they can drink some fruit, and the hides remain pretty dry, they like. So I'm thinking this is pretty much how I used to have them set up. So hopefully they will start producing some babies here, especially now that summer is on the way. So fingers crossed. Yeah, really babying those right now. Okay, what am I gonna do? This one back up here. Alright. Next round of containers. We got roaches, and more roaches. Alright, we got here some Parkoblatta Caudelli, Montgomery, Alabama. They're all about pre-sub to pre-sub size. So large nymphs, but not quite ready to mature. But these were in a little half-gallon container for the longest time, and I just moved them to this gallon bin. I'm hoping they will like. And they seem to be liking it so far. And I find this species seems to like things a little bit more on the humid side compared to some other Parkoblatta, but still with good ventilation, so they are pretty well ventilated in this bin. And here, my Euchoroidea linglong. So many linglong in here. It is crazy. And all them there linglong. Beautiful, beautiful species. It sucks this lighting doesn't do them justice, but when you look at them under sunlight, there's a lot of blue on them. And the green's a lot more vibrant as well. But yeah, super cool. Really love this species. I would say these are probably the easiest of the Euchoroidea to keep and breed. For me, at least, they've been the most fecund and forgiving of them. Yeah, look at all, so many adults. I think most of these are just males too. Females are buried. Look at all those nymphs. So many nymphs. We even got hatchlings now. Tiny little babies. These adults have been busy. And that's my first generation born without a diapause. I seem to have broken the diapause requirement on these entirely. Had the most success with Aenea, but not this good. I'll have to try these. Yeah, I'm finally having success with Aenea. This last attempt of mine has been pretty good, pretty successful with them. I had to start with like 20 to really get them going. But I think that's just because in the past I was not keeping them humid enough. Too well ventilated, too dry is how I had my Aenea. Now I'm keeping them a little bit more on the humid side and not quite as ventilated, and they seem to be doing a lot better. So I'm listening to this while packing right now. Hey, nice. Well, I've had these. Can't wait till my linglongs grow. I was surprised to see the nymphs can't climb. Yeah, they can't. Can't climb. Only the adults can, which is nice. And similar to a lot of the other choroidid genre, like Urgaula. What can Urgaula climb? I think males can. I don't know if females can climb glass. I know Daria can climb smooth surfaces as well as adults, but not as nymphs. So it's kind of a common trait with those tropical choroidids. But yeah, definitely makes containing them a lot easier, especially since those Euchoroidea, they hatch out so tiny. So if you had to worry about those getting out, that would be kind of annoying. They're like a millimeter in length when they're freshly hatched. Alright, well, this was the Arenovaga Boliana setup. McAllen, Texas. Hi there, you adults can't seem to climb. That's weird. Mine can, definitely. I seen them climb smooth surfaces with ease. Once they start getting older, though, the area they kind of lose their grip a bit. Right, these are the Blatta species, China, which might be Orientalis, but we're not sure. They definitely look different than the hobby stock Orientalis to me. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot in there, too. Okay. I feel like they're not using their hides as much as they should. Where I have another hut here. A fresh hut for these guys. And that. A bit of apple. Just gonna spray this back half and leave that front half good. Get back here, I see you. Alright, that should be good. Question for your linglongs. I have added a bunch of leaves and have fed them some sweet potatoes so far. Any other food suggestions for good growth? Protein. Protein, protein, protein. I've never bothered giving mine. Well, I give the adults fruit, because the adults like fruit and pollen. The nymphs, though, they mainly just eat protein. I've not really been given my Euchordia leaf litter in a long time. I haven't bothered with that. It does not seem to be a requirement for them. I have found really just the nymphs eat the dog food. That's basically it. They don't really touch the fruit or veg much. Adults eat fruits, and they do prefer pollen to dog food as far as protein goes. But yeah, the nymphs. If you want good growth from the nymphs, you got to feed them like dog food and stuff. The protein rich foods. That's what's gonna get them growing fast. Otherwise, they're gonna take forever. Fortioeca peruana. These guys need a revamp as well. I just tossed out a bunch of... They had so many Tagaloblatta in here. But I'm thinking there's also somehow Episymplosundiaca, which have been in an airtight container for generations now. They will randomly pop up in other bins. I think what's happening is, like, they got into one bin. They got into, like, a Taphiliska bin, like, a year ago, before I had them contained properly. And from that bin, they have just been hopping bins, like, one bin at a time. I always have, like, one bin that has Episymplosundiaca in it that shouldn't, but only just one at a time. And this, I think, is the last one. I think this is the only one that has them in there. There's also Aphidobies in here, so I'm going to probably, this week, revamp this bin. Not only switch them over to micromesh, but also just, trash all the substrate. Cook all the bark to make sure all the pests are off of it. And really revamp the Fortioeca, because they seem to be not loving all the other things that are in here with them. So, but, I mean, they are still doing pretty well. There's a good amount of the Fortioeca, so I'm not too concerned. But I do want to get them rehoused sooner than later to avoid any possible issues. And also just to finally get all but one of my Xenobornids switched to micromesh vent. Alright, but yeah, so these guys are looking alright. Fed. So these guys demolish their food. The Fortioeca peruana. Definitely a very voracious species of flat bark roach. That. And this is Apilia. Just these guys, I am heavily considering just moving them to a different bin. Because I think I covered this. They have too much ventilation. I think even this is too much. Like, I need to move them to something entirely different, I think. So that, much like the Capucina, they've not fared well since their rehoused. And I think the ventilation is to blame. So these guys, I'm probably literally just gonna move these to a larger, not a larger bin, but another 5-gallon that just has completely different ventilation, minimal ventilation, to avoid any catastrophes. Where's the, yeah, this is the moist side. I see you, buddy. I see you. Back in there. Alright. Fruit. Apple. Some banana. And there we go. Alright, we are on to the last shelf for today. So I might actually finish this before I have to get off. Looking like it. Okay. Let's read chat. Surprisingly, I see them nibble the potato, leaving some holes throughout, but noted for the protein. Good to know on the sweet potato. I wonder how much protein sweet potato has. Maybe more than I'm giving it credit for. If so, that would make some sense. It's Aspiducious cavernicola, CF cavernicola, babies, doing well. Growing pretty quickly too. These were only born like a month or two ago. So far, so good. Which this is definitely more of a temporary enclosure. Those will be going into a larger bin before they're mature, because these are some big roaches. Approximately 300 grams contains roughly 2 grams of protein. Okay. Good to know. Don't really know how to quantify that and compare it to dog food, but to be honest, but there is some protein, confirmed, some protein. All right, and get that old food out of here. Oh, look at that. We have babies of my own production. Baby Aspiducious Borinquen. That is a fresh one. Because I had a pair, and then Alan sent me some nymphs, like about 10 or so, 10 to a dozen nymphs. But I mean, I've had this pair, and I've been waiting for this female to do something. And it looks like she finally did. Because I see that little first instar in there. Any more? Any more where that came from? I would assume so. I don't see any though. Hold on. Might just be over here. I see one first instar. There's got to be more than that. She had to given birth to a decent colony. Is that just a straggler from the ones Alan sent? Alan, those were way bigger though. Did she give birth to one nymph? Is that is that a possibility? Can't be. Then again, they're really hard to find as small nymphs. My Cavernicola female died. I thought she didn't give birth at all, and then there were like 20 babies in there that I didn't even see. Could just all be up in here. Maybe she just extruded her ooth, and one of the eggs was ready to hatch and the others weren't. It may have been just a baby born before the rest, because there's not an aborted ooth either. But yeah, that's definitely smaller than the ones that Alan had sent me, so I do think that's a nymph of my own production. I think she's maybe just not given birth to her entire litter yet. Interesting. Okay, well, I'll keep checking, but I got at least one baby out of her. I'm assuming there's more to come, though. Probably still just incubating the rest of those eggs. Because yeah, no aborted ooth that I can see. Okay, well, hey, progress. But again, there's a good amount of nymphs in here from that Alan sent me, so not too concerned either way. Yeah, look at these guys. They're so cool. I love these Aspiducias. These guys are gonna be some new hobby favorites, I feel. They're just so crazy looking. They're just so, like, gangly and, like, long-legged. They look like trilobites from a creepypasta, like a horror movie. They're just so, like, gangly. Really cool. I mean, what do you expect out of cave dwellers, you know? But alright, so there's dog food, there's apple. I'll give it a little bit of banana too, honestly. Let's see if that gets that female feeling like she wants to give birth. Awesome. Alright. Let's see here. My lemon blues, my actually lemon blues that Kyle sullied. Here's a nice one. Yeah, love these guys. Pretty cool little isopods. It is really funny. I mean, when I got them from Kyle originally, they were very pale. And then I started feeding them the pellet food, and they started coloring up pretty quickly. And then I sent them to Kyle, and he was like, "Oh my gosh, how are your lemon blues so lemony?" And I was like, I've been feeding them this beta carotene, this color enhancing tetra cichlid fish food pellet diet. And he's like, "Oh, I see." And then he gets them from me, and he just doesn't feed them that. And within like a month, they've returned to the standard, just the white bordered coloration of that species. It's so funny. It's so funny. Roaches, horror movies should be using instead of insects and duvet. Yeah. Oh, hissers and duvets. Yeah. I agree. Hey, but who knows? Maybe that will become the industry standard now that these are in the hobby. They weren't in the hobby before, but now. Alright, we got Grylus. Firmus just revamped this enclosure this week because it was a major Pyralis respawn point back for a while now. It's been, and now it's all fresh and properly secured. And that guy just jumped out. Where did he go? Where did he go? Did he jump out or did he jump against the wall and fall back down? I'm starting to think it was a ladder because I did not see him out. Yeah, no, I think he must have just jumped back in. Either that or he disappeared. Yeah, in addition to the crickets, I do have a pair here of one pure tiger hisser female and a paper tiger male, Principata planetigris, because I'm trying that back cross to see how that looks. Hopefully, okay, now that guy did jump out. Well, he jumped into a Steatota web. He's the spiders now. That's I'm not getting in that. He's gone. He's been, that Steatota is gonna be a one fat spider. Oh my god. Okay, well, there you go. At least it was a male. Yeah, I want to try that back cross to see if I can get paper tigers that have the ivory abdominal coloration instead of the orange. In which case, I don't know if I will name them something completely different or like super paper tiger or what. I don't know, but we'll see. These are my Archimandrita tessellata. Oh, tessellata. They're probably marmorata, but it's the old hobby stock peppered roaches. Very cool. Yeah, which I found these guys prefer it more humid. I was starting to keep them a little dry, but I don't think they like that much at all. They seem to prefer high humidity. For sure. Big old chunk of apple. And give them a few more pieces of dog food. There you go. There we go. Porcelio Scaber from Washington, Seattle. I collected these myself. They're just normal wild type Scaber. It's just because I figured, you know, I like collecting things when I go on trips, just a little, you know, piece of that place that I was in. So even if it's something that's as common as Scaber, you know, it's like, well, I didn't have Scaber until then. I didn't have normal wild type Scaber in my collection. So I was like, why not? I'll remember this place by the bugs that I still have from it. So I guess I can add Scaber to my collection. And these are itty bitty baby Hemiblabra bruneri, the true bruneri. A lot of little babies in here. That female gave birth, I think, to like 20 babies. Maybe even like 25. A lot of babies. They were itty bitty, but I mean, still. She gave birth to a lot of them. And here's the male. Being done dirty by this dim lighting. Look at that vibrant coloration. These guys are so freaking cool. So pretty. Yeah, it looks like some of these are even third instars now. So they are growing. They're growing. What is that from? Growing. I'm growing. I think that's a Zach Hadel thing. Right. Look at that. Ugh, I love these guys. They're so pretty. You can see the red coming through a little bit in some of these angles. But I mean, you get these guys under sunlight and oh my god, they're like just vibrant. Absolutely vibrant. Lovely, lovely roaches. So small for Hemiblabra too. And I'm eagerly awaiting. There's one more Hemiblabra in culture from Puerto Rico that's a little bit bigger than these and darker. That is in culture, and some people are breeding them, and they've gotten some reproduction from them, and I am eagerly looking forward to getting my hands on those. It'll be really nice. And then I can say I have all the hobby Hemiblabra species. Okay, you know, my phone is freaking out about the charger, so I'm just gonna unplug it. Why is it like dark now? What's going on? Okay. My phone is freaking out right now. Whatever. Okay, so these are Polyphagus sinensis, just the standard hobby stock. I had locality stock sinensis, but unfortunately I completely lost those to fungal infection, which really sucks. But I have these classic normal hobby stock ones, and I have the white eyes going. So there's that. And just some Nocticola Vegas. Which again, these I'm considering just dismantling this bin, because I really don't need a gallon bin devoted to Vegas when I have them in so many isopod bins at this point. At least the Malaysian Vegas. I already have jars for the other two localities, so I might just set up another jar just to know I have pure Malaysian Vegas in one sealed container in case of catastrophe. Although I don't see anything happening to those other jars I have of the other localities of Vegas that would make them escape and get into other bins, because they are, in addition to the lids being airtight, screw top sealed jars, they only have micro mesh ventilation, so kind of impossible for them to escape. But I might set up a similar jar for the Malaysian Vegas, dismantle that gallon container, and use it for something else. But we'll see. And these are Eublabrus marijoera. Once a pipe dream for U.S. hobbyists. We now have them. Very cool. Polymorphic, very variable species of Eublabrus. Very nice. There's that. Oop. What's going on here? My screen is like... It's acting like it's low battery. It's like so dim, but I just charged it. Oh, is it because my brightness is down? Hold on. No. I don't know. It's being weird. I can never hold them like that. I'm super allergic to blackbirds and hissers. Oh, me too. I mean, well, I'm maybe not as allergic as you, but I'm quite allergic. I had to wash my hands earlier because I had the hives breaking out on my hands from holding hissers earlier this stream. But, yeah, no, I mean, Holding them like this doesn't really do anything for me. It's when their spikes touch my skin specifically, like not, I can hold them like this all day and it's fine, but once they get up here or anywhere on the backs of my hands where my skin's softer, like that's when it starts to, I get the little hives everywhere. So, yeah, kind of annoying for sure. Did I give these dog food? I did, but I should give them more. There you go. Yeah. It sucks. It sucks. I have been trying to take antihistamines before I do maintenance lately. I did not do that today. But I've been trying to do that. Just to lessen some of those symptoms. But I don't. I feel like I haven't had that bad of reactions lately, to be honest. Other than the contact hives from holding hissers being a pretty consistent problem. But like sometimes, especially after doing maintenance on hissers, like I'll get like really wheezy and like hard of breath, but I haven't really had that be so much of an issue lately, which is kind of nice. I'll give those a little nap though. There we go. Yeah, only when their leg spikes pierce my skin, it sucks. I've also taken an antihistamine pre-maintenance. My worst symptoms, breathing, sneezing, so I try to wear a mask and it helps. Yeah. I would wear a mask, except my room is 86 degrees. And I'm basically stripped down to just shorts while I'm working here. It's so hot. If I had a mask on, I would like lose it. So I have tried wearing the mask while doing maintenance, and it just, I would rather be wheezing than like sweating my face off. Already I get so sweaty doing this maintenance. That is the downside of keeping the whole room that warm. But it's such an improvement for the insects themselves over spot heating. Like it's so much better. I get such much better results. That's not right. I get way better results heating the whole room than using like the heat cables that I was using before to heat stuff up that would like really dry out the substrate anywhere it touched the enclosure and have a lot less consistent temperature, you know, throughout the enclosures. Just heating the whole room is just so much better. Obviously not practical for everyone to do, but it is way more efficient and way better for the bugs too, because it's just, you get a lot more consistency with those temperatures. We've got to maintain the stash. Exactly, I got to maintain the stash. I've been slacking on the stash. I haven't been training it. I've been letting it just not be a stash, just be the goatee. I got to start curling it again. Get a bug zapper ready for those moths. I enjoy the roach dust. Makes me one with the roaches. Yeah. Is that / serious? Or what? Do you have separate rooms for different temperature? Sort of. For stuff that needs cooler temperatures, I'll either put them like more towards the door that leads out of this room on the floor, and it's cooler down there. It's like a full 10 degrees cooler in that corner of the room than it is like on the shelves. But then for stuff that needs it even cooler, like mid to low 70s, I just put there's a closet in the hallway out this room, and I just put them in there. Because my house is set to like 70 degrees, so it's pretty, stays pretty cool. Might even drop to like 68 just out in that closet on the floor. Even here in these warmer months, so that's basically what I've been doing for that. Could be sarcasm, could be serious. The world may never know. of here. Alright. Did I feed? Yeah, I did. Okay. Alright. What's next? We got Charinus Acosta, my precious Charinus Acosta. These guys. Which I have one of my own creation, my one of my holdbacks from like the first brood that I got that has its own clutch of eggs. And you can see it right there. That one. But I don't know if you can see in this video, but like the eggs are not covered by that protective membrane that they usually are in amblypygons. In this species even. They're just kind of loose, but they're still there, so like I mean, firstly, I don't even know how they're just staying on her if they're not even under a membrane, but kind of worried that they're not going to develop properly because of that. But I guess we'll see. But I have 2 other females on pretty big clutches of properly, membraned over eggs. So, like this one right here, you can kind of see. Got a big clutch, so. And I just had like 2 clutches born recently, so these guys are doing pretty well for me at the moment. I'm not too concerned. If that one's eggs fail, then, it sucks, but it's probably just a fluke and maybe a result of her first clutch just not going so well. Make sure I don't smash any of these. But yeah, these guys have been really cool. Really a pleasure to get. Look at that one. I think that one just molted recently. That's a big Charinus Acosta. Look at her. Oof. Love that. Yeah, these guys are so cool. Well, yeah, that one's on eggs. Oh, these are both on eggs. Both these adults are on eggs. Yeah, I'm about to have a flood of babies. Super cool. I really love this species. They're so cool. They're communal, parthenogenetic. I mean, what more could you ask for in a whip spider. But yeah, super cool. I'm just trying to get these babies out from under here before I put this back down. No, get back. Really don't want to smash these. I still have trauma from when I smashed one of my females. I was like, it was this piece of bark. I lifted it up and accidentally dropped it, and this spear point right here smashed a female that was carrying eggs. And that was so horrible. I had 2 other females. It was fine. There were babies in there too, so, it was like a year ago. But, that ruined my day. But as you can see, it didn't really affect the colony much in the long run, but I don't want to do that again. So, yeah, I'm very careful now when lifting that bark. Try adding some cardboard to lessen the risk of it. They don't really like cardboard. I tried, you see here the remnants of an egg crate. I tried giving them some egg crate. And not only did the dwarf white isopods that I keep in here, because they eat them, destroy that stuff pretty quickly. It degraded pretty quickly, especially with how moist this setup is. But the whip spiders did not like it at all. They did not like the feel of it. They really seem to want bark. So, yeah. Excuse me. But yeah, I did try that, but it did not go according to plan. Alright, Marva pulchella. Here we got Pycnocellus. Okay, so they just changed. Apparently, apparently this was not put out in a paper, but it's just grammatically correct. So some sites like iNaturalist are changing the name, their naming conventions now. So Pycnocellus nigra, right, was originally Panchlora nigra, and so that was I forget if Panchlora is a feminine or masculine genus, but basically the gender of that genus, because for some reason in Latin the things are gendered, the names are gendered. So like, I think Panchlora was. I really don't know. It's one or the other. Basically, Panchlora is one gender that is a masculine or feminine genus, whatever. So the suffix is the endings of the scientific names, the Latin names, in that genus end with like an right? So like Nivea, Aurora, maybe there's Regalis, but the point is, that it made sense for them to be called Nigra under Panchlora, but they were moved from Panchlora to Pycnocellus, and under that convention, they should have changed the suffix for that name, but they never did. So people just kept calling them Pycnocellus nigra. But now, apparently, people are wise to the fact that it should be, and now iNaturalist is using this name, and other institutions, I'm sure, will. Pycnocellus niger. It should be Niger. Niger. To match the new gender of Pycnocellus. It's the opposite gender of. I think it's either masculine or feminine. I forget the order of which is which, but so basically it's now Pycnocellus niger, not Pycnocellus nigra. Which is, yeah, that's just, yeah, so that's new naming for them. Just a couple letters difference, but, yeah. So now it's Pycnocellus niger. Which is, yeah. Try adding some cardboard to that, yeah. Alright. And then these are, what are these? My Crespicina japonica, formerly Paraplaneta japonica. These guys seem to be on the up and up, but they had a weird crash last year, and I don't know what caused it, but they just didn't. They haven't really started breeding since then. Alright, last four containers, and then I'm done for the day. I'll be heading out. So the Nocticola University Park. These are lawn shrimp. I will give these an algae wafer. And then got Paralabella curvicata, nice little micro earwig species. And lastly, Venezillo pisum from the Everglades. Cute little guys, just topped up their leaf litter recently. And that's it. We are done. Wow, I got done with that faster than I thought I would, honestly. So, hello, Sig. I am leaving. I'm sorry. You got here right at the end. You got here right at the end of stream. Those were my last enclosures. So I'm just going to put them away first. But thank you, everyone, for joining in. I know this was a bit of an earlier stream. I know some people were saying that they wanted me to, like, at least announce, like, on social media when I am doing the stream, so you don't have to rely on YouTube notifications for that. So, I did blast it on my Instagram stories that I was going to do this stream, so hopefully that helped some of y'all find it. But yeah, that's going to do it for today. Thanks, everyone, for joining in. I appreciate it. And I will see you all when I see you. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow, maybe not. We will see. Just going to depend on what all else needs done. But, alrighty. Have a good rest of the day, afternoon, night, whatever it is, wherever you are. And I'll see y'all next time. Bye-bye.